Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. US President Donald Trump meets Japan's Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi and praises the golden age of their relationship, plus signs a rare earth minerals deal. Jamaica braces as this year's strongest storm, Hurricane Melissa, approaches with deadly winds and heavy rain. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Hamas has violated terms of the ceasefire agreement after handing over the remains of a deceased hostage that had already been recovered by Israeli forces. Now, US President Donald Trump has called Japan an ally at the strongest level after meeting newly elected Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi on the second stop of his Asia tour. The two leaders signed new agreements that they say mark a golden age in relations between Washington and Tokyo. Correspondent Chris Gilbert reports.
It was an early test of Sanai Takaichi's diplomatic touch, and one she seemed eager to pass. Japan's new Prime Minister, known for her hardline image, adopted a softer tone in her first meeting with Donald Trump.
In such a short period of time, the world has become more peaceful. I highly value President Trump's unwavering commitment to world peace and stability. I myself have been deeply impressed and inspired by you.
Trump, who forged a close bond with Takaichi's mentor, the late Shinzo Abe, was quick to return the praise.
On behalf of our country, I want to just let you know, anytime you have any question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level.
The pair signed two new deals. The first, symbolic, marks what they call a new golden age of ties between their countries. The second lays out cooperation on critical minerals and rare earths, key to global tech and defense supply chains. A statement said the agreement is aimed at the resilience and security of critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, something that will strengthen the US position ahead of talks with Chinese leader Xi Jinping expected later this week. Beijing recently imposed new export curbs on rare earths, prompting Trump to threaten 100% tariffs in response. Japan has pledged $550 billion in US-linked investments, while Washington agreed to cap tariffs on Japanese exports at 15%. Takaichi has also vowed to raise defense spending, a move analysts say reflects growing concern over Chinese assertiveness.
All these incidents, which have happened repeatedly, have done a lot to prepare or to shift public opinion in a direction in which they are more open to accepting more active defense postures.
Trump also met families of Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea decades ago, promising US help to bring them home. A sign, perhaps, of renewed diplomatic ambition as the US president's Asia tour continues. Chris Gilbert, Al Arabiya English, Tokyo.
We can now speak to economist and CEO of Mayer Resources, Cornelia Mayer. Cornelia, brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me this evening.
Hello, Leigh Ann. Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure. So both leaders hailed a new golden age for the US-Japan alliance after signing two agreements. One of the deals secured was the supply of rare earth and critical minerals. How essential are these to the US and the battle with China over these commodities?
Well, they're very essential to the US. They're also essential to Japan, because if you look at car production, if you look at the defense industry, if you look at a lot of the manufacturing, mobile telephones, a lot of the things Japan does and the US do need rare earths. However, it's great. I mean, it's a very vague agreement. I've read of what I could get from the agreement, and it says we will collaborate. We'll have the right policies to cooperate. However, when you look at it, the refining, especially the refining capacities to more than 90% in China, and that is not that easily moved, because the amount of acid. It's a very difficult process and a very environmentally difficult process. So the amount of acid you have to keep pouring on to get these rare earths processed, that is very difficult to do in any OECD countries, even in the US under Donald Trump. So yes, they're moving in the right direction, but how much bite it really has, especially on the refining side, I don't know.
And that's really interesting because Beijing controls the processing of almost all the world's rare earth minerals. Can Trump's new deals in Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam and Cambodia possibly change that? Or as you were just saying to me, it's the time involved in this.
Well, it's the time involved and the environmental, the willingness to take environmental pain. And that, you're looking at 3 to 5 years. But there is some upside as well. There is one mine in Wyoming which can actually process a lot of these minerals in big quantities in an environmentally sound way because they have no radiation. So people are working at full speed to try to lessen the dependence on China.
As mentioned, China does control the rare earths the world buys, which has given Xi Jinping powerful leverage in the ongoing trade war with Washington. We know the two leaders are meeting tomorrow. On Thursday. What can we expect from this meeting between Trump and Xi?
Well, I think they will try to make nice because the U.S. needs the rare earths, and Xi needs access to the American market. So I think we will see a resolution. And I saw Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, on Sunday, saying, look, they've come up with a good framework agreement. So I think it's good. What I would like to say again also to the Japanese deal, they have $550 billion that they've said they would invest the Japanese in the US, and they have fleshed out some areas where they could do that, namely also copper, because this whole era is not about only rare earths. It's also about copper. It's also about lithium. It's about helping the electrification of the world. It's also about powering the big power demand for AI, which, the data centers. So they have worked on that as well. And copper is easier. The US is planning a new processing sites, and, they can easily get it from Peru, and they can easily get it from Chile. So there are other things that are important that they're really making headways on.
And how are markets reacting ahead of the meeting between the leaders of the world's two biggest economies? Because we have actually seen gold slightly dip.
Yeah, gold has slightly dipped, and you saw the stock market. I think yesterday we had an all-time high, and we also had an all-time high on the Nikkei, which is very good. And I personally, with having spent a lot of time in Japan, I personally am very happy to see that the US and Japan again see each other as such key allies.
And how regionally important is Japan for the US to make sure they do have strong allies?
It's very important. Japan and Korea are very important, as is Taiwan. But, Japan and Korea, if this one China policy of the US does worry both Japan and it does worry South Korea. And then you have North Korea on the back of it. And you saw a very clear message again with Prime Minister Takaichi and President Trump going to see families of people who were abducted by North Korea. So you have a nuclear powerful North Korea. You have China with huge military strength. So the US does need South Korea and Japan there to counterbalance China, and South Korea and Japan do need the US as a staunch ally.
And another final thought from you. Donald Trump has floated Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as the new Fed chair. You mentioned him earlier. He's been heavily involved in these framework deals between the US and China. What do you make of this appointment that could possibly come?
Well, if it comes, I think it would be positive because he is a good economist. He knows, as we say in England, he knows his onions. So I think, and he has shown a remarkably steady hand through choppy waters since the beginning of the new Trump administration. So he would probably be a good choice, especially as he seems to get along well with Donald Trump. But it's always helpful if the Fed chair and the president get along.
Which we're not seeing now with Jerome Powell, are we? Do you expect rate cuts?
No, but you see, I expect rate cuts, yes, because looking at where the economy is. But, you know, Jerome Powell was appointed by Donald Trump in Trump 1, in the Trump 1 administration. So, yes, I expect rate cuts. And, you know, come April next year, that is the time when we'll see who the next Fed chair is. And a lot can happen between now and April next year.
24 hours is a long time in politics. Cornelia Mayer, thank you so much for your time this evening. Hurricane Melissa, the strongest storm of the year, is approaching Jamaica with winds of up to 175 miles per hour and heavy rain. Thousands have been evacuated and authorities are warning of catastrophic and life-threatening conditions. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for your time this evening. First of all, how powerful is Hurricane Melissa, and what makes it different from the other storms that we've seen this year so far?
Well, Leigh Ann, this isn't just any storm. It's being described as the most powerful storm so far this year. The director of the National Hurricane Center has actually just in the last few minutes given an update. He has said that the northern portion of Hurricane Melissa's eye has now moved into western Jamaica. So he said a very dangerous scenario is expected. We've been tracking this throughout the course of the morning. And what you have is the hurricane itself described as a Category 5, so the most powerful in terms of wind speeds, in terms of that pressure coming from those winds. That has been moving towards Jamaica. Now, landfall occurs when the eye of that storm actually hits land. So it is looking like potentially Hurricane Melissa is very close or has made landfall, according to this latest update from the director of the National Hurricane Center. So in the next few hours, they are warning of winds, Leigh Ann, potentially reaching over 200 miles per hour. Residents are being warned to stay inside. This is being described by officials as a potentially catastrophic and certainly a life-threatening scenario as that storm moves inland. What we've already seen over the course of the last hours is those very heavy winds as the eye of the storm moves towards making landfall, battering some of Jamaica's, in particular the southern coast. So very, very heavy rainfall, very, very powerful winds. And you get a bubble of calm as the eye of the storm passes over some of these areas. The officials are saying to the residents, you stay inside when that happens, because on the other side of it, you have the other side of the eye wall moving through. Jamaica right now bracing for not just the most powerful storm of this year, but potentially the most powerful storm that Jamaica has encountered since records began.
Absolutely frightening for everyone there, Sarah. What are you hearing about the situation right now in Jamaica? As you said, the eye of the storm is yet to land.
Yes, we're already hearing reports of the rising water in some of those mountainous areas, those heavy winds, potentially bringing on some of those storm surges. And the visuals already coming out of Jamaica shows what some of those residents are dealing with. Now, experts at the National Hurricane Center have said up to 40 inches of rain is expected to fall in the coming days. Warnings from officials of a total structural failure. So those very powerful winds, not just bringing the storm surges and the risk of those flash floods, but also the actual structures of the buildings across part of Jamaica, those that aren't hurricane reinforced, those potentially facing devastation. The warnings are very, very blunt from the officials. They have urged anyone who is in the path of this storm to just stay inside. Officials today saying this is not the time to be brave. So they are making absolutely clear the nature of the threat here, urging those in its path to just seek shelter, stay inside. And this, Leigh Ann, it's not just a threat for Jamaica, but you've also got some of the surrounding areas in the region also bracing. So Haiti, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, they're all readying as well. But as we said, just in the last 10 minutes or so, you've had the director of the National Hurricane Center coming out and warning that as they are tracking this hurricane category 5, Hurricane Melissa, as it moves inland on Jamaica, about to make landfall, they're seeing the eye just about, it's thought, touching down and already bringing those very dangerous and life-threatening situations with the winds, with the rain, the residents there in Jamaica are facing.
And Sarah, you've described a terrifying scene there as the authorities and the people themselves brace for this. Has Jamaica ever seen anything like this before on this kind of scale?
No, it's set, as I said, to potentially be one of the strongest hurricanes, if not the strongest hurricane to hit Jamaica since records began. It's already surpassed the strength of Hurricane Katrina that hit New Orleans back in 2005. So the warnings are pretty dire. Jamaica has opened nearly 900, all of its emergency shelters, nearly 900 of them for people to try and seek refuge there. But at this point, Leigh Ann, the storm is moving inland. It's nearly, if not already, made landfall. And so the warnings are that the next few hours, they're going to be potentially very violent storms, very violent winds and rain, extremely dangerous situation for those who it's hoped are sheltering in place right now. But the warnings go on much further than this, because what makes this hurricane particularly dangerous for the residents in its path in Jamaica is the fact that it's quite slow moving. So it's not just going to be the initial landfall stage when the eye of the storm hits and you get the winds on either side of that eye causing so much of that damage. But over the coming days, you're going to have the repercussions of this. As we said, the storm surges happening, the risk of flooding, all of those adding to the danger for residents. So really a moment where you are seeing people hunkered down, officials warning right now for everyone to stay in place. As we said, that warning, it is not the time, they say, to be brave. And one official, Leigh Ann, I think summing it up really well as everyone tracks this storm and, you know, his thoughts are with the residents in the path of this in Jamaica right now, because those visuals coming in are pretty terrifying to watch, frankly, as the winds just bending the trees, starting to hit those buildings. One official summing it up by saying, listen, when it comes to the protection urged for residents in the path, you cannot be too cautious when it comes to Hurricane Melissa and its strength and its power that we're watching play out right now.
Sarah, we're actually getting some breaking news. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered immediate powerful strikes on Gaza. I just want to ask you if you can give us your reaction and what more do we know about this?
Yes, absolutely, Leigh Ann. We're watching this unfold at the moment. So again, just in the last few minutes, really, the news breaking. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered those immediate, powerful strikes on Gaza. This is over alleged ceasefire violations by Hamas. Now, what you had a little earlier on today was a security meeting convened. The Israeli Prime Minister there, we are told, was presented with a range of options by the IDF, one of those options being the resumption of strikes on Gaza. To give you a little bit more context around how this decision came about, in the last few days, you've had Israel accusing Hamas of a violation of the ceasefire agreements for not returning the remains of those 13 unaccounted for hostages, their bodies. Hamas, for its part, has come out and accused Israel of hampering efforts for the search. Remembering they're dealing with a very difficult situation on the ground. They've got the yellow line that's been designated by the IDF. They're dealing with the devastation of Gaza, so the bodies presumably in many of these areas under rubble. So Hamas have hit back against that allegation. Today, that security meeting was convened. The Israeli Prime Minister was there, and Benjamin Netanyahu has, it seems, ordered the resumption of immediate and powerful strikes on Gaza. That is breaking news at the moment. We're waiting for some feedback and response from the White House. What I can tell you, Leigh Ann, is that in the last few days, you've had President Trump, he's come out on social media. He had said recently, just a few days ago, we have a very strong peace in the Middle East, and I believe it has a good chance of being everlasting. But Hamas is going to have to start returning the bodies of deceased hostages, including 2 Americans, quickly, or other countries involved in this great peace will take action. Well, clearly, Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel taking that action today, ordering the resumption of strikes on Gaza. Big questions here for the Trump administration is, did Israel get the green light from the US to resume strikes on Gaza in this way? Was the US notified? It's thought that for the ceasefire, any resumption of strikes would presumably have gone to some kind of conversation with the United Nations, with the United States. It's not clear at this point whether that's happened. What is clear is that the news breaking today that Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the resumption of strikes on Gaza and that very fragile ceasefire there. It seems, Leigh Ann, unfortunately for the time being, failing to hold.
Yes, and that ceasefire is 2 weeks in the making. So, Sarah, thank you so much to reacting to us for that breaking news that we just had there regarding Israel. Much appreciated. Now, the latest news comes after Netanyahu said Hamas has violated terms of the ceasefire agreement after handing over the remains of a deceased hostage that had already been recovered by Israeli forces. Earlier, I spoke to Israeli journalist Hanania Naftali about the latest developments. Take a listen. Hanania, thanks so much for joining me today. A pleasure to have you on the show. First of all, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will respond after Hamas handed over human remains that didn't belong to missing hostages. What military retaliation is being prepared, and can the world expect to see further bombardment of Gaza?
Well, it's good to be here with you. I do have to say that it's very devastating right now for families who wait to finally close this chapter and bury their loved ones. But unfortunately, Hamas is in its 1,000, or I don't know, I stopped counting, violation of the ceasefire. I don't know the exact retaliation that Israel is planning, but I do have to say that we have to get this done, bring the hostages, the remaining dead hostages that are being held in Gaza. I read reports that say that Hamas knows where at least 6, if I'm not wrong, hostages are. And we all saw the videos, how they were just in such a disrespectful way. They threw the remaining of this body that they delivered to Israel last night. They threw it into a pit. Then they called the Red Cross and said, we found a body. and it's all on camera. So this just shows you the true colors of Hamas. And that also explains to all of us in the Middle East that no wonder why countries like the UAE, Saudi, and others ban Hamas and classify it as a terror organization. Because I have to say, if Hamas cared about Palestinians as much as it hates Israel, Gaza would have looked like Dubai, not like a battlefield that we see today.
Senior Hamas officials are calling for more help and heavy equipment to retrieve hostages' bodies buried deep beneath the rubble. And you and myself and the world has seen all the pictures of Gaza and the immense destruction across the whole landscape. Does Israel accept this, and are they prepared to help with the ongoing effort to find those remaining hostages that are still buried in Gaza?
Well, of course, that's a priority as far as Israel is concerned, to bring the remaining dead hostages. I mean, as a human being, I have to say it's just devastating to even think that a dead hostage is being kept in captivity simply because they are, simply because Hamas hates the state of Israel. I have to say that Israel sanctifies life, and that is why we see everything that we see right now, that the IDF, together with the coalition of countries that actually backed Trump's plan, working to bring the remaining dead hostages to burial here in Israel, and that we sanctify life. This is a very important value to us. Unfortunately, Hamas sanctifies death, and it has little to no regard to not only Israeli lives but also Palestinian lives, and that's very, very unfortunate, because Palestinians do deserve a leadership that cares about them more than destroying Israel.
You say that Israel sanctifies life, and that's something you repeated to me more than once in your answer there. But it's predicted 68,500 people have died in Gaza since October the 7th. How concerning is that if you sanctify life, that so many people have lost their lives? We're talking about children, mothers, not just Hamas terrorists, very many people, and Israel continues to bombard Gaza. Is that sanctifying life?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I have to say, this big number that you're referring to is being put forward by the Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas. And you would agree with me that Hamas has an interest to inflate numbers and to make Israel look bad, right? But even if we take this number as, at face value, that itself proves that Israel is not carrying genocide, because the Gaza Strip has a population of about 2 million people. So even if you take this number at face value, it proves that in this 2-year war, and we all know that Israel has great military capabilities. When you see even this number, it shows you that Israel goes to great lengths to avoid civilian casualties. And by the way, I have to tell you, I served in the army as a combat medic, and I treated with my own hands Palestinian civilians. So it's very clear, the Israeli army has no goal of targeting civilians. We are instructed to not target any civilian, but unfortunately you see a terror organization that cynically uses Palestinian lives to launch attacks on Israel. So the pointing finger should be at the Hamas terror organization that would rather seek the destruction of Israel than to care for the Palestinians in Gaza.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is actually in court today for corruption, as Israel's reputation on the international stage does continue to deteriorate. We have seen pro-Palestinian protests in the UK, the US, and also many other countries around the world. How detrimental is this global isolation for Israel and also for the US, which has shown unwavering backing?
I think that we see very clearly that the president of the United States, a world superpower that just visited Israel, that clearly shows and proves that Israel is not facing an isolation. When you see the president of such a country like the United States coming to Israel, visiting, look, Netanyahu has accomplished a lot for the sake of Israel and delivering this victory on the seventh front war that we're dealing with. But I think that what you see today and trials, be it protests, it only shows the beauty of Israel's democracy. People can protest, people can have their opinions, and at the end of the day, the vote of the people is what counts. So I think that that's what we're seeing here today. Whether the media chooses to focus on one thing, there are a lot and plenty of people around the world and in Israel that are thankful for the leadership of Prime Minister Netanyahu and for the accomplishments that he delivered.
There are also many people that are angry about it and are protesting across the world. But I just want to speak to you a little bit about Charlie Kirk, if I can. He'd long been an ally of pro-Israel organizations, though in the recent months before his death, he did voice frustration about Jewish donor influence in US politics. In text messages that were released after his death, he said, "I just lost another Jewish donor because I wouldn't cancel Tucker Carlson." What do you make of this, and why is Tucker Carlson such a threat? And do you think that Charlie Kirk honestly felt pressure from his Jewish donors?
I think that Charlie Kirk was a staunch supporter of Israel. I mean, he expressed it on almost every platform that he had. Him and I were actually supposed to get to know each other. He was following me on social media platforms, but I have to say he clearly stated that he loves Israel. And so in that regard, I have to say whatever Tucker is pushing or Candace Owens, I think that they don't pose a threat to Israel. They pose a threat to truth itself, because they're pushing conspiracy theories without any factual base to that. And I think it's very unfortunate that the mere focus that they have is on Israel. Meanwhile, you see countries like Qatar that they gift billions of dollars to Ivy League universities across America. And you see China that is trying to expand its influence in the United States. But so I wonder whether Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, they have foreign interests that, and that is, I wonder if that's what causing them and leading them to bash Israel. Look, it's okay to criticize policies of Israel. It's okay to have your different opinions of Israel. But speak about facts, and it's okay to express your opinion. But when you're pushing anti-Semitism disguised like that, this is not going to achieve any goal other than pushing hate.
So you think Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are wrong in what they're doing, and also talking out about AIPAC and its lobbying of US lawmakers?
Well, in regards to AIPAC, this is it's probably on their agenda to focus on AIPAC and try to portray Israel like Israel controls the United States of America. I think that that's an insult to the intelligent people of the United States. That a small country that's over 7,000 miles away from the United States is somehow controlling the United States. We are strong allies. And just like AIPAC, you have other lobbying groups in America, like you have in other democracies, the Chinese lobby, the lobby for environmental causes. So, and then there's AIPAC. Does that mean that because there's AIPAC, that it has Congress in its pocket, or that it has the United States in its pocket? It's absurd. I think that, it's people that believe these vicious lies. They should dig more and understand the truth that Israel is America's strongest ally in the region. We share mutual goals, and also Israel's victory over terrorism is America's victory over terrorism, because at the end of the day, countries like the Islamic Republic of Iran, they don't want to stop with Israel. They see us as an obstacle to taking over the Middle East and then the West, and Israel stands in the middle. We will not apologize for defending ourselves, obviously, and for safeguarding our future.
Journalist Hanania Naftali, it was brilliant to have your thoughts on the show. I appreciate your time with us. Well, since our interview with Israeli journalist Hanania Naftali, there's been some breaking news. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered strikes on the Gaza Strip after accusing Hamas of violating the US-brokered ceasefire. Hamas says it will postpone the handover of a deceased hostage body it's recovered, while citing Israel's violation of the agreement. Some breaking news to bring you there. Now, in an exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, has said AI is as transformative as the steam engine, and peace in the Middle East is key to the growth of foreign direct investment. He spoke to senior presenter Fatima Dawi in Riyadh as the bank celebrated its 90th anniversary in Saudi Arabia. Take a listen.
The Gulf has been growing well for a long time, and you have real development of economies, and obviously Saudi Arabia, which you could see
from the window.
Anywhere you look, you can see it. But you have it in the UAE, Qatar. So we're quite optimistic, and our job is to serve the clients here and serve the country over an extended period of time. And so I'm quite optimistic about the future.
What's the missing puzzle to see more foreign direct investment come into Saudi Arabia? The numbers are good, but they could be better. So what's missing in your view?
Yeah, first of all, I think it will be going up. I mean, there's a focus on it. You're building data centers now. And
the incentives
but I think one of the huge things that's going to help drive it is peace in the Middle East. I mean, and I give Saudi Arabia a lot of the credit for that, maybe the sole credit, the breakthrough. That peace in the Middle East will give people much more comfort to invest in it, in Saudi Arabia, but the GCC writ large. And I think that's the door that opens up. If you have the whole region can continue to grow aggressively and develop new industries like technology, and I think that might be the key.
So you do expect it to go up going forward?
I think it'll go up either way. But if you have real peace in the region, which I'm hoping, I know it's hard, but I think that would make a big difference. Gen AI is fairly new. And we have hundreds of use cases of risk, fraud, marketing. I think the difference, AI is huge. It is going to transform a lot of different things. It's much faster than the internet. I mean, it's going to be developed faster than the steam engine. Then there's other things. So some of the electricity, some of those things took a long time to put the lines in to make electricity available to people in a country. And in total, it'll pay off. But there will be winners and losers in all of that. I'm not particularly worried about that. It will, of course, it'll affect jobs. Just like every technology affected jobs, and every technology is used by bad people too. So that's why governments have to be a little thoughtful that we get the best out of AI and not the worst. It's already been used by criminals all over the place on cyber, et cetera. And so for jobs, it'll create more productivity. Like you could have done an LLM model to do your notes and ask questions. It may eliminate some jobs, but my view is let's retrain people and redeploy them and income assistance, and we're going to be fine. Like mankind, I really believe this, like in 30, 40 years, my grandkids will be working 3.5 days a week.
That's what we want.
Yeah, they'll be spending more time in family and art and nature and wonderful things. It'll cure a lot of cancers. It'll come up with stronger materials. It'll eliminate a lot of crashes and plane crashes. Why would you not be in favor of that? The only risk is that it happens too fast for society, in which case we need to adjust. That government and business should say, okay, let's slow down the development of this. We just can't take all these people and put them on the street. And I think that's easily doable and thoughtful. And most people, we redeploy most people that if we find they don't need them anymore. If they're talented, we just find something else for them, give them a little training and move them to something else.
That's a good side of AI, but what's happening in stock markets and the bull that's going on with AI stocks, do you think this is a bubble? Where is it heading? Are we talking about an overvaluation? People are too optimistic, too excited about holding AI stocks in the market?
I really don't know, because I want to go back to the internet bubble. And you know, looking back in 2001, you said, my God, the bubble burst and valuations came down. But remember, out of all of that, we got Google and Facebook and YouTube and gaming, and we provide that big loan to PIF, by the way, to buy electronic arts. So all these things came out.
The 50 billion one?
20, but
20.
That made the whole thing worthwhile, even though in all the players, there were a lot of winners and losers. So in this thing, there may be winners and losers, but the whole thing will probably be worthwhile.
You've warned for years about economic headwinds. Are we already in the storm? Are we not yet there? Are we still waiting for it? Where are we?
Yeah, I wish I hadn't said the cockroach thing. It got far more attention than it deserved. So here's what it was. And we'll go to the United States for now.
Yes.
And I'm going to put geopolitics aside. That is the most important thing for the future of the world, that we keep the world safe and free and bar nothing. And it dwarfs. You know, whether you have a recession, I consider that the weather. I don't worry about that. Whether we have a recession, we're going to continue to invest exactly the same way in Saudi Arabia. Just like we continue to invest exactly the same way with their clients, you know, around the world. So when you had in the United States, you've had very good growth for a while. We've been in the soft landing. Markets seem to expect a soft landing, you know, which partially explains why asset prices are quite high. And you have, I think you do have some tailwinds, which is good. A pro-deregulation president. I think regulations just in America and elsewhere have been really damaging the ability to grow and innovate. And those things are free. Good policy, deregulation. They want to unleash the banks. I think the banks can do more to help countries in general.
A reminder of our top stories. Breaking news: Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered strikes on the Gaza Strip after accusing Hamas of violating the US-brokered ceasefire deal. US President Donald Trump meets Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, and praises the golden age of their relationship, plus signs a rare development. Jamaica braces as this year's strongest storm, Hurricane Melissa, approaches with deadly winds and heavy rain. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, of course, on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing away. Matter weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening, so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has ripped for years.
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
And all the latest developments across the globe to have an inclusive policy together.
The meaning of Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I'm back up.
An insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya English, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. President Trump's Asia tour dominated headlines, shifting and security dynamics. Globally, Hurricane Melissa threatened Jamaica with catastrophic damage, while rising Caribbean tensions over U.S. military buildup near Venezuela drew concern. In Argentina, fallout from Milei's election victory fueled debate over economic instability and US influence. We'll start with Japanese media, which framed Donald Trump's visit to the country as a key diplomatic moment focused on trade and defense cooperation with cautious optimism. Editorials stressed the need to strengthen the US-Japan alliance while safeguarding Japan's strategic independence. The Japan Times frames the meeting between Shinei Takaichi and Donald Trump as a strategic relaunch of the US-Japan alliance. Takaichi, drawing on close ties between Trump and her mentor Shinzo Abe, pledged a new golden age, while juggling Trump's pressure for increased Japanese spending. The piece highlights the emotional, ceremonial pomp, indeed, and high security around the talks. 8,000 police officers mobilized, underscoring the symbolic weight of the summit. The report points out that while trade and defense were touted as areas of cooperation, analysts cautioned that Takaichi would navigate Trump's unpredictability and ensure Japan restrains or retains rather diplomatic autonomy within this partnership. The New York Times explores how Xi Jinping plans to use his upcoming meeting with Trump to push for a softening of support for Taiwan. While Trump wants to focus on trade, Beijing seeks clarity on Washington's stance towards the island, hoping for language affirmation, non-support for independence, a symbolic but significant for China. The piece says analysts warn that such statements could set lasting precedents. The Trump administration has already reduced some Taiwan engagements, raising concerns in Taipei. The analysis concludes that though Trump touts U.S. military strength, experts suggest he may make rhetorical concessions to gain leverage in trade talks. Taiwan, meanwhile, expresses confidence in ongoing U.S. support. International media widely reported on the Hurricane Melissa emergency as the Category 5 storm approaches Japan with 175 miles per hour winds, 40 inches of rain, and up to 13 feet of storm surge. The Washington Post reported on preparations as officials urged citizens to prepare and pray as the nation braces for catastrophic flooding, landslides, and power outages. Airports, transport systems, and businesses have shut down, and shelters are open now nationwide. Matthew Capucci recounts in the Post his harrowing and awe-inspiring flight aboard the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, nicknamed Kermit, into the core of Hurricane Melissa. As the storm rapidly intensified toward Category 5 strength in Jamaica, Capucci joined a 19-member crew to collect critical data. The piece describes the turbulence escalation as they entered the wall. They pierced through 140 miles per hour winds, emerging into a 10-mile-wide, eerily calm eye, striking stadium of towering thunderstorms beneath a moonlit sky. The warmth and silence contrasted sharply with violent forces surrounding it. The Wall Street Journal examines Donald Trump's push to finalize multiple trade agreements during his Asia tour. Fresh off tariff deals with Malaysia and Cambodia, Trump seeks breakthroughs with key partners, especially China, South Korea, India, Japan, and also Taiwan. The analysis highlights that while Tokyo has agreed to a major investment deal and London quickly struck a 10% tariff pact, talks with Seoul, New Delhi face hurdles over investment terms and punitive tariffs. The piece contends Trump is banking on personal diplomacy to overcome these obstacles and cement his trade policy amid domestic and also international criticism of his tariff strategy. It also cautions that the president's headline-grabbing announcements often lack operational detail, risking further delays and also diplomatic strain. The Economist examines United States Department of Defense's sudden deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford and accompanying warships towards Venezuela, marking the region's largest naval buildup since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Ordered by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the move follows controversial U.S. airstrikes on alleged drug smuggling boats, which legal experts say lack justification under international law. The analysis points out the Pentagon's objectives remain vague. Options range from pressuring Nicolas Maduro's regime through intimidation or limited strikes to potentially backing covert operations aimed at regime change. The piece contends such escalation could divert military focus from Asia and Europe, risk unpredictable conflict, and also destabilize Venezuela further. It concludes the deployment signals Washington's high-stakes gunboat diplomacy, but also leaves open whether it's a show of force or indeed a prelude to action. British media, while covering Trump's Asia tour, also focused on some local stories, some of which were quite shocking. The Times examines the alarming case of Hadush Kebatu, an Ethiopian asylum seeker and convicted sex offender in the UK, whose accidental release from His Majesty's prison at Chelmsford triggered a two-day manhunt and intense political scrutiny. It highlights that Kebatu, originally due for deportation, was released due to a human error rather than transfer, sparking condemnation from the Justice Secretary and also promises of an independent inquiry. The Guardian explains how Donald Trump's political and financial backing helped secure electoral victory for Javier Milei. Washington extended a $20 billion currency swap and intervened in also peso markets to stabilize Argentina before the vote. Also, charts and economic maps included in the piece trace dollar inflows, peso stabilization efforts, and inflation trends, showing short-term relief but deep structural fragility. Milei's libertarian experiment faces plummeting wages and also public discontent. Analysts warn Trump's ideological support is volatile, echoing historic U.S. meddling during other periods. The piece also concludes that while Milei gained a symbolic victory, his dependence on U.S. backing leaves Argentina vulnerable to shifting geopolitical interests and economic instability. And we'll end with the developments in the Middle East, which remained in focus. Israeli and Arab media reported the handing over by Hamas of an Israeli hostage's remains to the Red Cross. It also reported that Israel is working to ID the body. Palestinian media focused on a New York Times expose about the shooting of a Palestinian-American journalist back in 2022 in Jenin. The Palestine Chronicle commented on the New York Times investigation that reveals internal divisions within the U.S. government over the shooting. Though the official report labeled the incident unintentional, several U.S. investigators believed the IDF soldier must have known he was targeting a journalist. Maps and scene diagrams also in the expose illustrate the sniper's clear line of sight, the position of Abu Akleh and colleagues in marked press vests, and also the trajectory of precision shots. Charts and timelines detail the internal tug-of-war between Colonel Steve Gabavics, who argued the shooting was deliberate, and another senior official, apparently, who softened the language before publication. The piece concludes the revelations point to systematic U.S. favoritism towards Israel and deep policy rifts. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Jamie, thank you for having us, and welcome to Riyadh, and also happy 90 years in doing banking in Saudi Arabia. My first question to you, the Gulf, especially Saudi Arabia, is deploying massive capital globally. How strategically important is Saudi and the region for JP Morgan's future?
So Fatima, first, happy to be here. Hello to everyone there. Look, I'm thrilled to be back again, and the Gulf has been growing well for a long time, and you have real development of economies, and obviously Saudi Arabia, which you could see
from the window.
Anywhere you look, you can see it. But you have it in the UAE, Qatar. So we're quite optimistic, and our job is to serve the clients here and serve the country over an extended period of time, and so I'm quite optimistic about the future.
FII is on its 9th year, and you have a roundtable tomorrow, quite an important one in the morning. Who are you looking forward to meet? What sectors are you interested in and most excited about in Saudi?
Yeah, so I got here last night, and I was really touched because we had our 90th anniversary. Half the ministry came to it, and obviously employees and 300 people. And it just reminded, we've been here, when I first came here, there was one person working here.
One person?
One. And now there's 140, of which 40% are women. You've taken 350 companies public in the last couple of months. We helped Saudi Aramco go public here. So our history here, and our capital deployed is like $14 billion. So our history has been to grow the country. The country has gone through enormous transformation, economically, culturally, things you wouldn't have expected. But the education system, which drives a lot of growth, you have more and more. I did run some technology companies last night. I had this wonderful lunch at a person's private home, and it reminded me of the enormous hospitality of the Saudi people. And so it'll be each industry. Obviously, we're a lot of petrochemicals, oil and gas, but you have chemical companies, some fintech companies, you have banks, you have a lot of retailers here. So we'll grow with them. And when I visit, I always ask the people here, what more can we do to help your clients and your country? And PIF, obviously, it's a huge successful fund who we call on at almost every level. The other thing I should point out, we bank 350 companies here. We bank a lot of Saudi companies when they travel the world. So an institution like PIF, which is huge, we bank them here. We also bank them in Europe, Brazil, United States, China.
PIF is a big engine, and it has played a key role in the transformation we've seen at the financial economic front. Investments is the key question here. And my question to you, what's the missing puzzle to see more foreign direct investment come into Saudi Arabia? The numbers are good, but they could be better. So what's missing in your view?
First of all, I think it will be going up. I mean, there's a focus on it. You're building data centers now, and
the incentives
but I think one of the huge things that's going to help drive it is peace in the Middle East. I mean, and I give Saudi Arabia a lot of the credit for that, maybe the sole credit, the breakthrough. That peace in the Middle East will give people much more comfort to invest in it, in Saudi Arabia, but the GCC writ large. And I think that's the door that opens up. If you have the whole region can continue to grow aggressively and develop new industries like technology, and I think that might be the key.
So you do expect it to go up going forward?
I think it'll go up either way, but if you have real peace in the region, which I'm hoping, I know it's hard, but I think that would make a big difference.
Let's talk about the hot topic today, and it's the US-China deal. There was a huge advancement in the talks between the Chinese and the Americans on the Asian summit. before the Trump-Xi summit and meeting. Do you expect a deal? And do you think that deal can actually materialize and not go back again?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We've gotten used to a little volatility in this.
And you played a key role in persuading Trump to talk to the Chinese.
I'm not sure that's true. No, I think we should talk to them. I think there are things which are unilateral, things that America needs to do for its own national security, like rare earths, fentanyl, which I don't think we should trade off with them. But like every nation has the right to look at what gives them national security, and it's different for every country. I think on other matters, yeah, we should make sure trade is fair. It's not always, but that's obviously a legitimate thing to talk about with China. And I hope they do engage and come up with an understanding that's meaningful. I think it'll just be a step. I don't think it'll be the end of the deals. And I think and the Chinese are quite methodical. So I expect them to be quite methodical. And we want to get everything done overnight. They can take 20 years.
So it's a step further towards a deal at some point, and not a step further and a step back.
I hope so.
You hope so.
The chance of it being 2 forward and 1 back is pretty high. Both because of American policy or Chinese policy. I think there is a complication here, which is war. The little bit they do, not a little bit, what they do to help Russia, puts us in different sides in this one, and that should be very important to America and to the people negotiating this trade deal.
I would like to pick your brain on tariffs. If tariffs are eased, how do you see that affecting U.S. companies that rely on Chinese supply chains? Could this trigger a real shift?
I think companies, people are adjusting to tariffs. Originally they started very high, and I think people are surprised, but they've mostly come down. I think it's good that the president and his staff have responded to things that changed, and they backed off of it and they modified. So I think they're quite sensitive to what it does. But companies were changing their supply chains anyway, and tariffs will kind of accelerate that. I do hope, and they know that I hope that they finish and settle the trade deals. Whatever they are, it's better for companies to invest and be thoughtful about it than if they're constantly changing. So, but I think most companies seem to have adjusted pretty much. There are some who are going to have a tough time, and I think the government's aware of that. Like the farmers, they understand that the farmers may need a little help, support, because some of these tariffs have hurt them more than maybe was expected.
Who's the winner of this deal, do you think? China, the U.S.?
Well, I hope it's both. I mean, I don't think you go into a deal and always say you have to win. Sometimes it's a win-win. Like, what do you need? What do I need? What's fair? What's unfair? Acknowledge differences and.
Let's move to the global economy. We've had a statement a few days ago, and you said warning of cockroaches. If we see one cockroach, more cockroaches will follow. And that applies to what's happening in the global economy. You've warned for years about economic headwinds. Are we already in the storm? Are we not yet there? Are we still waiting for it? Where are we?
Yeah, I wish I hadn't said the cockroach thing. It got far more attention than it deserved. So here's what it was. And we'll go to the United States for now.
Yes.
And I'm going to put geopolitics aside. That is the most important thing for the future of the world, that we keep the world safe and free and bar nothing. And it dwarfs. Whether you have a recession, I consider that the weather. I don't worry about that. Whether we have a recession, we're going to continue to invest exactly the same way in Saudi Arabia. Just like we continue to invest exactly the same way with their clients around the world. So what you had in the United States, you've had very good growth for a while. We've been in the soft landing. Markets seem to expect a soft landing, which partially explains why asset prices are quite high. And you have, I think you do have some tailwinds, which is, a very pro-business president, which is good, a pro-deregulation president. I think regulations just in America and elsewhere have been really damaging the ability to grow and innovate. And those things are free. Good policy, deregulation is free. They want to unleash the banks. I think the banks can do more to help countries in general. And then you do have some of these other headwinds, like we don't really know the outcome of inflation yet. The restructuring of trade will be a little inflationary. The world is remilitarizing. So there are, and the deficits are too high. Now, I don't know what that's going to do or when it's going to do it, but one day, the market will balk at buying more and more, not just our side, we're the worst, but
private credits, are you worried about that?
I'm not really. I never blame private credit for the cockroaches. What I was talking about is there was fraud, but put fraud aside, there is issues in subprime auto in the United States. There are some issues, weakening of consumer. Labor demand is a little bit less. There have been some real credit losses in wholesale, not huge, but maybe a little worse than you might have expected when you have such low unemployment. So yeah, my antenna up that we should be looking for things out there that may surprise you. It's not private credit. You know, the private credit people say it's the bank, though they're right. But you know, I expect if we have a recession, and we will, I don't know when, that credit loss will be a little bit worse than people expect in a recession.
Where do you see oil prices, gold prices going further?
Oh God, that's almost impossible for an answer. I mean, the world expert.
You've had it wrong on the gold, so.
Well, I've never been a gold investor.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
But I said recently, now's the time to buy gold. You know, gold it's not replicatable. So there's only so much. I forgot how much. There's 10 trillion in the world or 11 trillion, and it costs. You have to pay 4% or more to carry it. But I understand why people use it to diversify. I don't feel like I need to do that.
Exactly.
You see some central banks doing it. You see some investors doing it. You know, it easily could go up. It could easily go down. I have no idea. Oil's a little more complicated because there's short-term supply and demand. There's long-term supply and demand. If you ask me, when I look at the studies, I'm going to talk about just the longer term, oil will be in short supply. The world is going to need more safe, affordable, secure energy supplies, which includes oil, gas, renewables, which you're going to be a leader in. And that may, over time, push these prices up, not down. And, you know, some people think that's good. I actually don't think it's so good because, you know, the alternative to clean gas is coal. And that's all that happens. And I do think that technology will help fix the CO2 issue, but we should be very careful about wasting a lot of money on stuff which isn't going to work.
Jamie, let's go to AI, the hot topic everywhere we go. You've called AI as transformative as the steam engine. What part of banking will disappear because of it? Junior jobs, as an example?
Yeah, so it is transformative. We've been doing it, by the way, for 13 years, so it's not like totally new. Gen AI is fairly new, and we have hundreds of use cases of risk, fraud, marketing. I think the difference, AI is huge. It is going to transform a lot of different things. It's much faster than the internet. I mean, it's going to be developed faster than the steam engine, than those other things. So some of the electricity, some of those things took a long time to put the lines in to make electricity available to people in a country. And in total, it'll pay off. You know, but there will be winners and losers in all of that. I'm not particularly worried about that. It will, of course, it'll affect jobs. You know, just like every technology affected jobs, and every technology is used by bad people too. So that's why governments have to be a little thoughtful that we get the best out of AI and not the worst. It's already been used by criminals all over the place on cyber, et cetera. Yeah, and so for jobs, it'll create more productivity. Like you could have done an LLM model to do your notes and ask questions. It may eliminate some jobs, but my view is let's retrain people and redeploy them and income assistance, and we're going to be fine. Like mankind, I really believe this, like in 30, 40 years, you know, my grandkids will be working 3.5 days a week.
That's what we want.
Yeah, they'll be spending more time in family and art and nature and wonderful things. It'll cure a lot of cancers. It'll come up with stronger materials. It'll eliminate a lot of crashes and plane crashes. Why would you not be in favor of that? The only risk is that it happens too fast for society, in which case we need to adjust. You know, that government and business should say, okay, let's slow down the development of this. We just can't take all these people and put them on the street. And I think that's easily doable and thoughtful. And most people, we redeploy most people that if we find they don't need them anymore. If they're talented, we just find something else for them, give them a little training and move them to something else.
That's a good side of AI, but what's happening in the stock markets and the bull that's going on with AI stocks, do you think this is a bubble? Where is it heading? Are we talking about an overvaluation? People are too optimistic, too excited about holding AI stocks in the market?
I really don't know because I want to go back to the internet bubble and, you know, looking back in 2001, you said, my God, the bubble burst and valuations came down. But remember, out of all of that, we got Google and Facebook and YouTube and gaming and we provide that big loan to PIF, by the way, to buy electronic arts. So all these things came out.
The 50 billion one?
20, but 20. That made the whole thing worthwhile, even though in all the players there were a lot of winners and losers. So in this thing, there may be winners and losers, but the whole thing will probably be worthwhile.
You've led JP Morgan for nearly 2 decades. You've been there since 2006, and we're nearly closing 20 years. What's the one decision you wish you hadn't made?
Oh, God. Look, I've made lots of mistakes. If you ask anyone who works for me here, they say, yeah, well, he put these people in the job he should have, and he did this thing. And we did a lot of tough stuff, which was good for society, which, you know, you can question a little bit. But the toughest mistakes are always when I make people mistakes, because then it takes a while to figure it out, and you subject your own people or clients to, to bad advice or bad people and all that. And that's the most important. People have points some other stuff, but to me, that's the one that sets you back the most.
If you weren't a banker, what would you be today? What would you be doing?
I don't know. I love financial services because when you open the paper every morning, I may get up early every morning to read 5 newspapers, and everything affects you. It affects your clients. You're always trying to figure out how the world's going to change and how you can adjust to it. And I really don't know. I love one of my daughters said, "Dad, you need some hobbies." And I said, not really. You're my hobby. Family, we barbecue, history, hiking. We do a lot of family stuff. And but it probably maybe something in technology or something like that.
You have kids, you have grandkids, and you have babies coming. How many beautiful loved ones do you have in the family?
A wonderful wife, 3 wonderful daughters. One of the daughters has 4 girls. She lives in my building, and I love when your families live together here. I think
Amazing.
I love it. I
yes.
wish so. One has a serious boyfriend, and the youngest one has 3 kids and a 4th coming. And the family gathers all the time. I'm lucky to have all of them. They're obviously probably the most important thing in my life.
Jamie, we're looking up this exclusive interview for Al Arabiya News, and I would like to end it with a message you can give to many people who actually look up high to you, Saudi young people, whether women or men. There's a huge transformation going on. I've seen walk into JP Morgan, Riyadh, a lot of female doing their best and excited about these times. What's a key message you would like to give to them and to give to Arab youth?
Yeah. So look at you got to first of all read history, and the world is getting better and better, even with all the problems we have, and be part of that. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Learn. Don't have opinion. Don't let yourself be weaponized, and if you have an opinion, make sure you really think it through. Because I talk to a lot of people, both adults and kids. It's a belief. It's not thought through at all if they have a set of facts. And try to make the world a better place. And there are things we should never assume we have a divine right to success. But I think if we work hard, yeah, we do. Like the progress made in this country alone is one of the most uplifting things I've seen. And when I make a list of positives and negatives in geopolitics, the possibility for Middle East peace, I don't think people thought it was possible 5 years ago. So, good things happen too. And there are always going to be tough things, but keep the faith.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. It's right here on Al Arabiya News.
so sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Meine Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zurich Film Festival.
Oh, you're recording. The wonderful, rich culture and history of the region that we shot the movie in. It was really a blessing to be able to shoot this movie in the desert in Saudi Arabia. Hanzala was an amazing character to play just because of his rich culture and background. And I think you see that when you see the movie.
I think the fact that a woman in that time united all these Arab tribes and led them into battle with the biggest empire of the time. I think that, for me, was the most fascinating part about learning about this point in history.
I've always been interested in the strange kind of tribal nature of humans, and this was an interesting exploration of that, before Islam, before, it's really, really early days in that part of the world. And so it's kind of like a little bit of a history lesson in a way.
It's unique. I've never done a film set in that time period. It explores a period that isn't really talked about that much as far as I'm aware. So that was exciting.
For me, this was really nice experience because I've never been to any Arabic country. I come from Palestine, and for us, we're isolated because of the occupation that prevent us from traveling and going to Arabic countries. So it was for me a privilege to be there. I felt in home.
I think after spending 4 months in the desert, I kind of learned why the prophets in all the great religions go into the desert. All the stories are like Muhammad's in the desert, Jesus is in the desert, and it's a very spiritual place. It's not just physically beautiful, it's quite profound to be in the desert like that, in such a quiet beauty.
You kind of have to see it, even in the film it's beautiful, but in real life it's sort of overwhelming because it's so epic.
They're epic. It's a place, it's called Wadi Rum. So it extends from Jordan all the way down into northwest Saudi Arabia. So it's very much the landscapes of Lawrence of Arabia, and it's this extraordinary, very elevated rock that just sort of rises up out of the desert. So it has this amazing, sort of very harsh beauty, but it's very pristine. It's like nothing else I've seen.
So, well, you film in these incredible canyons, sheer rock going up 200 feet, and on the side of some of the canyons you'll see the fossils of when it was all underwater millions of years ago. And it reminds you that the desert was at one point a seabed, which is just completely blows your mind. Mind-blowing, yeah.
It was magical. I mean, to be able to shoot in a part of the world that a lot of people have never seen, just like, once a week we would go snorkeling in the Red Sea. We would go to Neom and be able to swim in the Red Sea. We were able to go and relax and take in the history of Alula. It was really amazing. I feel good about it. 1, 2, 3.
Pleasure to see you again, and what circumstances it is. This is a labor of love. It's been so long in the making. The feeling of having Desert Warrior finally be shown to an international audience in Zurich.
It's very hard to kind of put it into words, but it's been such a long journey making this film. It goes back to 2020 in terms of when I first started. So the fact that we finally get to show it on the screen and have people see so many people from all around the world did in this beautiful, beautiful region in northwest Saudi Arabia. It feels good.
I first myself started, traveling to Saudi with a cinematic eye because I knew of all those landscapes, but nothing prepared me for the beauty of Tabuk and Al Ula, and it felt really like Close Encounters of the Third Kind for me. Out of body experiences. It's so beautiful and raw. The wonders and challenges of filming there, what are they?
Well, the wonders hopefully are there on the screen.
They absolutely are, frame by frame. Yeah.
But also the people. I mean, I feel like I was able to sort of immerse myself in a culture that I did not know. And I think as a filmmaker, I love the opportunity as a storyteller and a filmmaker to sort of come to places and have a kind of objective eye. And I did that obviously with so many people from within the region of Tabuk who, to varying degrees, had different sort of levels of experience making films. We had this one producer on the ground, Rasha, and we traveled the entire country. And we went to the east of the kingdom, up towards Al Ula and then Tabuk, and to the center, to Riyadh, obviously. And so I was able to sort of take in all different parts and all different influences that fed the story, even though we're set in the 7th century. So that in itself was an incredible kind of experience and understanding for me to then be able to try and put that up on the screen.
You've got such a, interesting, eclectic career in film. So how do you choose what you want to do next in the sense of, what the director can bring you, what the part is for you, what the environment, what the location, what is important?
Definitely my number one thing is just whether I think I could actually do the character, And then those other factors, like you say, where you're going to be shooting, who the director is. Who the director is obviously critical. I was very keen to work with Rupert. I was a big fan of his Planet of the Apes movie that I'd seen, and after a chat with him, so that was probably the most important. I knew the role would be relatively simple for me. And then I was just very interested to go to Saudi, and I think I have a kind of fascination for different environments like that. I just kind of jumped at the chance to go and see what it was like, because you hear everything about Saudi, but it's sort of urban legends of like what's actually going on, and it was quite different from what we had sort of thought we might have been expecting.
Congratulations on the movie finally being shown to the world at the Zurich Film Festival. It's great to meet the cast because I feel that there's this sense of camaraderie between everyone. It was a nice big family, wasn't it?
It was a pleasure for me, of course, to be in Saudi. It's the first Arabic production that I do.
Yes. And for you, Nabil, how did it compare to what you'd done before in sense of scale? This is a big, epic film.
The biggest gift really were the relationships that we've made, the friendships that we made, really. It was very intense. You're stuck together for 3 months, isolated, but just with each other. And it was a tough shoot. It's an experience, words really can't quite sum it up, to be honest. But to see it on the big screen, I saw a screening of it in London, and I was speechless. it was really quite emotional, because visually it's stunning.
It is.
Visually,
for the big screen.
Yeah, it's for the big screen.
Yeah.
The music, the kind of the spaces in between the noise. Incredible.
In Arabic, and your Arabic is very good in the film. Was it daunting, first of all?
I don't speak Arabic.
Yes, well, you have very good pronunciation.
As in
the names. Of,
I was like, oh my god,
is it the
Trust
film?
me, am I dubbed?
even if you say I am Princess Hind in a certain way, you have the right pronunciation.
Yeah, it's a Naman. Yeah.
So you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Well, let's talk about her and what you thought about her when you read the part, because she's such an empowered character in that historical context, and quite a relatable character to be able to portray. So what did you love most about it?
I think I'll start by saying I actually didn't know about her story.
Yes.
So when I read the script, I wasn't aware
that she was a real person and this was a real battle and it was really significant, a significant piece of history from the Arab world. And so when I read it, and I read that there was this woman from the 7th century who led these men, these tribes, she united them and led them into battle against the biggest empire of the time, and they won, that blew my mind. And it was really inspiring to read, and it just felt like, oh, that's so nice that it's a piece of my history that I didn't know and that I get to play this iconic character, and I hope that I can do her justice.
How did you and Anthony Mackie discuss the dynamic of those two characters, of Bandit and Hind, and what motivated them to journey together?
You know, Hind and Hanzala, the bandit, they're almost mirrors of one another. You know, they come from different circumstances, but they've also found themselves in the same place, and they're both outsiders. And so, you know, we shared that commonality, and they're also both in survival mode when they first meet, but they do see something in one another that is kindred. So it was really nice that their characters go on a journey and they meet and they realize that they're more similar than they expected, and they impart their own wisdoms on one another, and then they go their separate ways. Of course, you know, he's destined to wander the desert and be alone. He's a lone wolf, but she's married to her people and her city. And so they do go on this journey of two people on different paths that come together and then move apart. And that's really beautiful.
Yeah, it is quite a great dynamic. My final question is, you know, you are of Saudi origin, you were filming this in Saudi, and the cast really felt like a family. So was there a home feel in this whole experience?
Absolutely. The fact that so many of us are still in contact is a real testament to the journey that we went on, and it's one of those things in life that you go through with people and only they understand that. I mean, it just happened that there were 300 of us or something, but
excluding extras, I assume.
Yeah, of course. But those of us that sort of flew in to do this movie, and I think you don't spend 4.5 months in the desert and leave the same person. I think it changes you, and we all kind of went on that journey together. There is something really special that bonded us, and Saudi's an amazing, beautiful place, and we really had the best time. So we're also grateful for the journey because it was one of a kind.
Thank
really
you so much.
excited. No, thank you. Thank you.
It is always such a pleasure to have you on the show, and this is a very special occasion to finally get to speak about Desert Warrior. It felt for me like this was a very spiritual kind of experience, filming in the desert for so long. I mean, it's that kind of film?
It is. I mean, you know, filming in the desert of Saudi Arabia, we were in this little town called Tabuk. And, you know, you're seeing parts of the world that people have never seen before. The culture, the elegance of Saudi Arabia kind of became another character in the film. It was great to be able to film there and have the support of all of the people there and help us bring the story to life.
And the infrastructure, this burgeoning infrastructure of cinema in Saudi must have been also quite inspiring to be around, because you have, you know, those young people in film, you know, from sound to lighting, etc., getting to experience a big Hollywood film. So how did it feel, you know, seeing them in action?
It was great. I mean, everybody involved in the film was so excited to be there and worked so hard. We had so many just hard, hot days. And the young people and the locals were very excited for us to be there and wanted us to experience Saudi Arabia in all of its glory. It was just exciting and a moment in time that I'll never forget.
It was a mind-bending experience. I mean, it was wonderful because there were so many different elements to this character and so many different obstacles we had to face. Today is there's a large, you know, sense of gratification to be able to show it to an audience.
You star as a so-called bandit. For me, he's not a the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
I thought it was great that this was not only a melting pot in the historical context of it, but also on set, Americans, Saudis, Lebanese, South Africans. I mean, it was a true melting pot of nationalities and talents, I guess.
It really was. I played soccer for the first time with a bunch of my castmates. Scored my first goal in soccer.
Did you get to meet Cristiano Ronaldo? Because now he's just like a, part of the Saudi background.
I was there before Ronaldo.
Yes, that's true. That's very true.
But it was really amazing, just the difference in day-to-day life, being able to be a part of this aspect of not only Muslim culture, but Saudi culture. And I think the movie shows that in a really beautiful and unique way.
Let's talk about Aisha. I just met her. I think she's got this, fascinating screen presence to her. How was it building the dynamic of those two leads?
It was really easy. Aisha and I, when we first met and first started working together, we really just fell into a groove with each other that kind of helped these characters in a great way. We were able to take our relationship and put it into these two characters throughout the course of filming.
And working with Rupert as well, was it also on your bucket list of things to do?
Rupert was amazing, and I've been a fan of Rupert for a very long time, and knowing his work, and I was so excited when I heard about the film and heard he was directing the film, just because the scope and the way in which he works. You don't really get to see that, too often, or work with directors like that too often.
Do you have a bucket list of things to do in your career? You've obviously done the huge blockbusters, you've done the more independent films, and now something like that in a completely different location. What interests you? Where you are, who you're with, what you're doing?
I'm very lucky to say that I love what I do. And
I love you doing it.
But every day of work never feels like work.
Well, thanks, Amber, so much. Always great to see you, and congrats on the film coming out.
Thank you so much.
Have a great time.
I look forward to it.
I will not say more.
As a filmmaker, I think part of what you're trying to chart is letting the film become what it needs to be. So I think the whole film ended up being a surprise. I think the biggest challenge was just getting it made. This was a decade-long process for me. Dylan has been attached since 2020. It's an independent film. It was, many times the budget of my first film, but there's never enough time or never enough money. So there were a lot of logistical challenges. I'm also a producer on the project, so I think balancing that with the creative responsibility is probably the most challenging aspect for me.
You just have to know your limits.
I don't know my limits.
I wish I could take it back.
Rocky.
Oh, stop! Together or separate?
Together.
Separate.
I'm somebody who I think obviously, I'm not sure how it works here, but in the States, it's not as accessible as I would want it to be. And I think obviously, in terms of generationally, we've just sort of really started becoming more aware of how beneficial therapy can be on your mental health and how important it is to take care of your mental health. So yeah, that's something I'm a huge proponent of for sure, and access to therapy I think is something certainly that we need more of.
It's a fairly manic character and a fairly manic story in a fairly manic world. So it's just constantly being around that kind of level of mania and high energy. The only breaks really for the character of Riley Doyle are some of the scenes that I had with Fala Chen and her character Dao Ming. And I longed for those scenes. They were beautiful because there was a gentility and a tenderness in those scenes that is nowhere else to be found in the film. So maybe that. I mean, I don't want to ever say what's the hardest thing because what I do is such a joy, you know what I mean? I feel very privileged to be here and to come to Zurich and to come to Zurich with a film that I love doing so much with Edward, who has roots here. His mother and his brother and sister are here tonight. So I think it's a bigger night for him in the meaningful ways than not to belittle the idea of the Golden Icon. As I said, I'm thrilled to receive it. But I'm blessed, man. 25 years an actor. I love what I do and I can't believe I still get to do it sometimes.
Such a pleasure to speak to all of you.
Where are you, Rhea?
I'm in Dubai.
Dubai, fabulous.
Okay.
Great.
Yes, a futuristic city that could feature in
Yes.
any Tron
Yes,
anytime.
No doubt. We'd love to shoot some Tron in Dubai. That'd be fun. That would
be incredible. Exactly. Sequel coming up, hopefully. We'll start with that, actually, how easy or difficult from a producer's point of view it is to create this specific world that mixes the old and the new.
Yeah, there's lots that make it difficult, but one thing that's nice is that there's such the iconography of the original film, the 1982 film, is so indelible. It's so specific. The Jean-Gerard Mobius and Sid Mead designs and Steven Lisberger's direction that was then carried on by Darren Guilford, who was the production designer for Tron Legacy, and then was also our production designer on Tron Ares.
How exciting is it to do it today? Because obviously the subject of AI is so present in people's mind, whereas, as you said, this is a Tron theme from the 80s.
I think Tron has always investigated sort of the relationship of humanity and technology and where it's going, and often has something a little bit different to say than other films do. If we look back at Steven Lisberger in 1982, it was a big year for movies, Blade Runner, E.T., but Steven actually had the closest vision of the future, that we might go live digital lives and have digital identities. Hopefully we're investigating it in a little bit of a different way and provoking some conversation on the topic.
You can be honest here, it's all AI.
No, it's not. There's no AI. You're the AI.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What are you?
I love the casting of this one. It's very eclectic talents coming together. So how exciting was it in the casting process? Because every actor, from Jared to Jodie to the existing and to the, legacy ones, is very important to this story.
Yeah. I have to say, casting this movie, was so exciting. It's obviously the most incredible cast. Yeah. When I see them in a group together, I'm like, I cannot believe how lucky we are to get this group of people, because they're all such talented actors. Like, that's what I come back to. It's like, often in this type of movie, you have like big stars, and we also got big stars that are just, the craft is so important to them.
The the final question is always on music. How much of the narrative do you feel it is of the story, basically? You feel like the music kind of accompanies everything.
Yeah, it's hugely important with Tron. From Wendy Carlos, the 1982 film, to Tron Legacy with Daft Punk. We knew one of the first questions we had to answer for ourselves was who will do the soundtrack and the score for this film. And Nine Inch Nails were, the only name on the list, really, and we were very excited that they were interested in the franchise and were fans of the franchises. But they're also incredible storytellers, and they really know how to approach a scene in a way that it's so exciting to get a piece of music and put it against picture when we're in the editorial process and see how that changes the feeling of a scene. Sometimes in very unexpected ways, it can take the scene in a different direction, and then maybe we lean back into that editorially. So it becomes this really interesting conversation between the story and the visuals and the music of the movie, and I think it's what makes Tron special.
Oh, 100%. Well, thank you so much. My time is up, and congrats on the film.
Thank you.
You have the sound and then Nine Inch Nails. Suddenly I start feeling it in another way.
I'm a Tron super fan. I love Tron. It's so iconic.
And that's so important, especially making something like Tron. We're so lucky to play around in that sandbox.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's been 3.5 months since the bombing campaign between Iran and Israel ended, but the crux of that conflict was never resolved. Iran's nuclear program remains a contentious issue, except now, unlike before, there are limited diplomatic channels open, and Iran says it has no plans for renewed negotiations.
They have now resorted to the snapback mechanism, and look at the outcomes. Nothing has changed, and the issues remain unresolved. In fact, it has made diplomacy even more challenging and complicated.
That snapback mechanism the foreign minister is referring to are UN sanctions. After being lifted a decade ago as part of the 2015 nuclear deal, they're back because Britain, France and Germany accuse Iran of breaching its nuclear commitments. Iran says the return of sanctions invalidates the deal, meaning it won't comply with another facet of the agreement, cooperation with nuclear inspectors. That has angered Israel, which has threatened renewed strikes, and the US has raised eyebrows by moving some of its military assets around the region. So, on this show, we'll ask, has the reimposition of sanctions on Iran backfired? Without diplomacy, is another conflict inevitable? And at a time of heightened regional tension, is a spillover a real danger? Stay with us. Joining the discussion on the prospect of renewed diplomacy or further fighting between Iran and Israel is Elliot Abrams, the former US Special Envoy for Iran, who currently serves as Senior Fellow for Middle Eastern Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Jonathan Shaw is back with us, a former head of the UK military's Special Forces and a former British military attaché in Israel. And rounding out our panel is Kurt Mills, the Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being with us here on Counterpoints. Now, when UN economic and military sanctions against Iran were lifted in 2015, it was considered a landmark victory for international diplomacy. 10 years on, that is a distant memory. Britain, France and Germany have accused Iran of violating the agreement, triggering these snapback sanctions. They came back into force at the end of September, prompting Iran to dig his heels in and withdraw cooperation with UN nuclear watchdogs. Mr. Abrams, Elliot, let's start with you. Has the reimposition of sanctions backfired? Instead of pressuring Iran, has it made it more steadfast and effectively put an end to the prospect of diplomatic agreements?
I don't think so. I think Iran has been engaging in so many violations that the sanctions were warranted. The IAEA reporting over the course of 2025 has listed all of the violations. I think negotiations are still possible. I don't know if the regime in Tehran really wants them, because in a negotiation they would need to give up a good deal. So I doubt that you'll see much in the way of serious negotiations, at least in what remains of this year.
Kurt, what do you think? Does Iran not want negotiations? And do you think there's still a possibility?
To the extent that we understand it, I think Iran is a two-track society. You saw the statement by the Supreme Leader while Iran's more moderate faction was in the UN in New York last month, who basically tried to seemingly thwart any sort of unplanned run-in with U.S. officials that might have happened at the UN. And of course, hardliners in Trump's administration also worked to prevent that. So I think it is not super clear what the Iranians want. I think the leadership, Pezeshkian and Araghchi, do want to do a deal. But since the needless aggression that started in June of this year, it's not clear how committed the Trump administration is to reopening it. I think factions on both sides are interested in this, but they're fighting each other. So it's a civil war in each country.
I'm going to bring you in, Jonathan, in just a moment. But Elliot, I saw you have a little chuckle there. What do you take issue with of what Kurt has said?
Well, the fact that there are differing views does not suggest a civil war. It just suggests that people may disagree as to what is the best policy. I don't really go for the, moderates in the Kremlin, old idea. Now it's moderates in Tehran. And I certainly don't agree about the phrase needless aggression. It's very clear from the IAEA reporting that the Iranian regime was getting closer and closer and closer to building a nuclear weapon. No country has ever enriched uranium to 60%, which they did, without building a nuclear weapon. So preventing them from doing that, I think, was wise policy.
Jonathan, given your military background, what do you think? Was it needless aggression? Was it justified? And do you think that the reimposition of these sanctions has been a bit of a diplomatic miscalculation?
Well, I think the original diplomatic miscalculation was Trump's withdrawal from the original deal, which actually I think, I was in Herzliya Security Conference in Israel on the day that he was going to announce that. And I remember Victoria Nuland, myself, and the head of Mossad were asked whether we thought it was a good idea to pull out of that agreement. And we all agreed it was a stupid idea to pull out. You'd gain nothing from it. And so indeed it has been proved. And many commentators are now saying that if Trump could get back to the agreement that he then pulled out of 10 years ago, he'd be very happy. So I think the whole thing's been mishandled right since that time. For now, I think that the attack of Israel on Iran was pretty opportunistic. I think they were on a bit of a roll. I think they were just rolling back enemies left, right, and center. So I think it was more opportunistic than strategic. In fact, I'm decidedly questioning whether Israel has got a strategic plan apart from just destroying all its enemies and pursuing a greater Israel. It doesn't really pursue political tracks, it pursues military tracks, and that's why it's quite hard to have a discussion about political ends when actually all they're using are military means. So I find them quite difficult to read.
Kurt, I'm going to come to you and get you to pick up on that. But Elliot, what's your take on what Jonathan's saying, particularly with regards to those comments about Israel's aggression?
Yeah. Israel and Iran had been going at each other indirectly for a very long time. Covert actions, for example, attacks on Israeli embassies, for example. But the Iranians changed the script by a direct attack on Israel, something that hadn't happened before. They're the ones who changed the rules and said, no more of this covert stuff. Now we attack each other directly. So I think that is the prerequisite for the Israeli strike on Iran. It wasn't they who changed the rules. It was Iran who did.
Kurt, pick up on that. What do you think about what Elliot's saying? And also, with these retaliatory sanctions in place, Iran has withdrawn its cooperation with nuclear inspectors. So what's stopping it now from doing whatever it wishes?
Well, I mean, not the most. So that calls into question the entire line of thinking that we've taken the last 5 to 10 years in the United States in both administrations, Biden and Trump. But I just have to say, I disagree with the entire cast of mind, and this is no surprise, I assume, to him, of Mr. Abrams. He paints a picture of Iran as this menacing, all-powerful entity in the Middle East, and Israel as a besieged, an isolated country. The reality is that Iran is quite weak, and that it is a desperate state that obviously has a few cards. And if we are really concerned about nuclear proliferation, there was a deal on, forget the JCPOA, there was a deal on the table in April, which is better than JCPOA. The enrichment levels were nowhere near 60. They were below 4, and the administration could have taken it. And frankly, activists within the United States play on the president's, I'd say, phobia of details about this. There is a clear conflation by the White House of zero enrichment with no nuclear weapon. 3.5% enrichment is not nuclear grade. It's not nuclear weapons grade. And that was a deal that was on offer. There were better offers than happened under the Obama deal, above ground inspections. The Iranians want to make a deal. Yeah. Are they autocrats? Do they have their own reasons for doing certain things? Sure. But the reality is a pragmatic wing exists within Tehran, and they were willing to ink a deal with Trump. And Trump, to his credit, got way closer to this than Biden ever did. After, of course, Trump left the first deal, and he allowed neoconservative elements in the United States and in Israel to sabotage it.
Elliot, do you want to comment on that in particular?
There's a pattern among American, what I call isolationists, even when Donald Trump is president, to say that he and everybody around him is just putty in the hands of the so-called neoconservatives, of whom there are probably 5 alive in the United States at any given time. I think Trump has shown that he's not putty. I disagree with some things he's done and agree with others, but I think it's hard to make the case that he just gets pushed around by everybody around him. There's been actually a great campaign to keep neoconservatives out of this administration, and it's been a reasonably successful one. So I don't see that. And as to Iran being weak, I agree with that today. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find people who were saying that prior to the Israeli attack that eliminated Iran's air defenses. Prior to that, if you go back, particularly go back 2 years, before October 7th, 2023, everybody believed that Israel would never attack Iran because of the existence of Hezbollah and the threat that it posed. Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders had been threatening Iran for 25 years? American presidents, one after the other, had been threatening Iran for about 25, 30 years. But I think the Iranians had become persuaded, as many Americans were, as many analysts were, that this was never going to happen, partly because of Hezbollah. The elimination of Hezbollah, the direct Iranian attack, changed the game a lot.
Jonathan, what do you make of that?
Yes, well, all these disputes end up looking for the original sin, and everyone disagrees who the original sin was, and therefore who to blame. Just an observation: after the France and America and Britain overthrew Gaddafi with American help, I remember visiting some generals in Egypt. And they said to me, looking back over the last few years, what's the conclusion we draw? First of all, if you don't want to get invaded, get a nuclear weapon. Second, once you start getting a nuclear weapon, never stop, because the West never gives you any credit for stopping. And I thought, yeah, well, that's the voice of the region. And I think that's probably right. And I think our policy in the Middle East of the last 20 years has been pretty disastrous, and we're reaping the consequences now. So frankly, I think there's absolutely no point in looking for original sin, because we're all guilty of incompetence, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, you've got to look at things how they stand. I think Israel's greatest danger at the moment is rather reflecting something that my IDF chums used to say when I used to deal with them. By the way, I was never the MA in Israel. I was the senior point of liaison from the British military to Israel for something like 3 or 4 years. But it meant I used to bounce around the Middle East. And when I was talking to the Egyptians, that sort of comment came out. So I think the greatest, what my IDF friends used to say was that, I'd say to them, what's the biggest threat to Israel? And they'd say, ourselves. And I would say that is manifesting itself now in Israel, that the extremists in Israel are holding the rest of Israel hostage. And I think the Ben Gvir Smoklik, right-wing religious nationalists, are doing Israel untold damage. And just to show an example of an article in the Financial Times, normally quite supportive of Israel, called Israel Alone. And I think what we're seeing here is the threat of Israel being very isolated on the world stage, particularly after its attacks on Qatar, which then led to 50 representatives of 50 Muslim countries gathering to discuss what they were going to do about Israel, who are now, I think, widely seen in the Middle East as the greatest threat to their security. This is a major strategic blow by Netanyahu, I would say.
Kurt, I could see you sort of nodding along.
Yeah, I mean, isolationism is, of course, a slur, and look, I'll call anybody what they want to be called. So if Abrams doesn't want to be called a neocon, then by all means. But clearly, there's disagreement within the United States about how to approach this. Clearly, there's disagreements within the right and within the Republican Party how to approach this. The level of opposition to not only the strikes in Iran in June, but also to the ongoing military and diplomatic support to the atrocities in Gaza is picking up in the Republican Party, both in the media and in senior politicians. People like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson are not nobodies in the MAGA movement. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are not nobodies in the Congress. This stuff is relevant. And I do agree that, there is isolationism, but the only isolationism is being driven out of Jerusalem, and to the degree to which Washington is a co-signer on that. That is what is isolating the United States, not a desire to resolve conflicts diplomatically and without war.
Mm-hmm. Your response, Elliot?
Well, a couple of things. One, I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek a nuclear weapon. That is, if you try, in a sense, a value-free way to look at their situation in the world, I don't think it was crazy for Pakistan to seek a nuclear weapon, for example, since they have and will always have conventional inferiority to India. I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek one. But that doesn't mean that the United States should permit it to happen. And I think it's now 5 presidents in a row who've said, we're not going to let it happen. And majorities in Congress have repeatedly said, we're not going to let it happen. And I guess I disagree with Kurt on the opinion polls. That is, the polls I've seen in the last, this year, but even in the last month or two, suggest that Trump voters remain quite supportive of the president and his foreign policy, and supported the strike on Iran. The president, you may remember, was dismissive of Tucker Carlson's criticism, And it seems not to, I would say the polls suggest, it seems not to have dented Trump support among Trump voters. That may, you may like that or not like that, but I don't think the polls suggest that someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene has any real impact in Congress. It's a strange thing, actually, because Carlson has become, quite famous, but he doesn't seem to be denting Republican support for the president.
I think there's deference to any commander in chief. So I think that Trump could do just about anything. There's a fear of the other side. People are glad that Kamala Harris isn't the president, including a lot of Democrats. And so when the president takes a course of action and Americans aren't immediately sent home in body bags, I think there's a deference. But I think these fissures on the right are relevant. And if things were to go topsy-turvy, if the macro conditions in the United States were to change, if the United States were to enter the recession and the U.S. was suddenly in a war in Iran, underwriting a war in Israel, or in a war in Venezuela, then a redux of the George W. Bush second term is very on offer. If we were having this conversation in October of 2005, the idea that the Bush administration would end in tears would have seemed extreme, but it only took 36 months for that to happen.
Look, let's move on to our next segment because, there are such, as you've all sort of expressed, such diverse takes on what Iran has, what they should be allowed to have, what the US will accept, what Israel will accept. Many regional experts suggest that Israel's strikes on Iran may have only been the opening move in an ongoing conflict. Hardliners in both countries, as some of our panellists have expressed, are adverse to further negotiations. They want more conflict, but both hold diametrically opposing views on what an acceptable deal would look like. Jonathan, given the lack of talks on the horizon, Iran says it's no longer interested. Diplomacy's not off the table, but they don't have anything scheduled. Is another conflict inevitable now? Without diplomacy, is conflict next?
Well, I hope not. But as I said before, we've got to be clear what our approach to this is. The way we in Britain have traditionally viewed counterinsurgency or these sort of operations is that there has to be a political objective in mind and that the military action must support that line, and that military action on its own achieves nothing but death and destruction and generally makes things worse. So you've got to say, what is the political point of military action? And, hence the criticism in Britain about the Israeli invasion of Gaza, in that it doesn't seem linked to any political end state. And you can see that Israel is massively divided on that. So if you're talking about conflict over Iran, you've got to say, what is the political end state that all sides are pursuing? And I think Iran's just pursuing survival at the moment. And Israel, well, I'm not sure what it's pursuing. If it's pursuing regime change, then it shows that Israel has learned absolutely nothing from the regime changes that the United States, with its Western allies, has been embarked on for the last 20 years. This idea that you change the regime and therefore end up with a bright, shiny new government that works to your interests is just disproved by history time and time again. So I'm at a bit of a loss what people think the idea of regime change, which was mentioned by Elliot earlier. I can't see the point. I think it would be self-defeating and I would not support it in any way.
Mr. Abrams, Elliot, is regime change the end goal here?
Well, regime change is certainly something we should all want. Here I would, I think, disagree with Jonathan in the sense that there's a lot of evidence that the people of Iran would like to get rid of this regime. They never voted for an Islamic republic. I think it's pretty clear they don't want an Islamic republic. They want a democracy. And there is no particular reason to think that's impossible in Iran, not with the level of economic development, the level of literacy. That's what they wanted when they overthrew the Shah. And I think most Iranians still want that.
I think so.
That doesn't mean it should be our policy. But it certainly, I mean, I would like to see a democratic regime in Russia, too. That doesn't mean our policy should be regime change. But I think when it comes to the military side of this, I think the United States and Israel have a common goal here, which is that this regime cannot be allowed to get nuclear weapons. I would not be terrified if the Japanese decided to develop a nuclear weapon or the Canadians decided to do so. Iran is a rather different matter because of the nature of the regime. I think it's just simply too dangerous to allow those leaders in that Islamic Republic, which continues now, 45 years after the revolution, to say death to America, death to Israel every day. It's just too dangerous to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Kurt, do you think President Trump would risk his chance at a Nobel Peace Prize to have governmental change in Iran, if that is indeed an end goal on the table?
He already has. I mean, perhaps he's getting poor advice and has a poor understanding of what's likely to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But having been nominated by an ICC indicted war criminal is not exactly the quickest way to impress the Nobel Committee. Having the, some random minister in Pakistan endorse him for the Nobel Peace Prize is not exactly the way to impress the Nobel Committee. That is the sort of rogues gallery he has assembled since June, unfortunately. The way to do it, because I think the Russia-Ukraine controversy is going to be very controversial in Europe if the war winds up, is to shock the world and resolve the Middle East problem. The Iran problem, which of course is somewhat separate from the Gaza problem, but the Israelis don't see it that way, right? The Israelis see Iran as the head of the snake that supports Hezbollah and obviously Hamas. And so I think that's the only way that he gets it, which is avoiding an all-out war in Iran and reining Netanyahu in. We can talk about how popular the Islamic Republic really is. The fact is that it has survived for 46 years. The fact is that the U.S. shouldn't be involved in picking winners and losers in societies that we don't understand. I don't think that's worked out very well. And this is what I'm sort of talking about, and I don't mean to create a pall of conspiracy about this, but there's a lot of loose talk, right? I mean, this happened in the mid-June crisis where Trump tweeted out, MIGA, make Iran great again. And why not regime change? That was clearly an element of what was going on. And all the reporting, and I will compliment the Israelis for this, they have a great media. All the reporting was that the Netanyahu administration was obviously flirtatious at minimum with this kind of talk. And so that is the real pretext. That is the real justification of what we're doing here. And I just don't think it will, serve the Iranian people to have a military overthrow of their regime. If they want to change their regime, they could do it themselves organically. And number two, what does this have to do with the United States?
Jonathan?
Well, 5 presidents in a row have answered your question and have said, we are not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon because it is too dangerous for the United States. So they disagree with you, presidents of both parties.
All right, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, the American voter has thought the country's going in the wrong direction for decades now. So, and Trump himself is not exactly a normal guy who gets elected president. I think we definitely need a paradigm shift in this country.
Whatever that means.
So, listening to American commentators on America's attitude to Israel, which is, by the way, according to all the figures I see, shifting, and there's less and less support for Israel, certainly its action in Gaza. People are answering your question, Elliot, about the 5 successive presidents. The impression comes across that that's because AIPAC tells them to do that, and that no president would survive who opposed the AIPAC vote. So I'm not putting too much credibility on that. I'm going to ask you an interesting question that, it seems to me pertinent. Why shouldn't Iran have a nuclear bomb? Is the Iran regime necessarily more bonkers than, say, Pakistan or India or any other country that illegally has, nuclear weapons? What is so fundamentally, I've had this discussion with IDF people at length, and they accept the military logic that if Iran was to launch a nuclear missile against Israel, it would be suicide for Iran. So the question the assumption you'd seem to be making is that Iran is necessarily suicidal and would sacrifice itself in order to wipe out Israel. And I just think that's straight wrong. I mean, I see no evidence for that.
Elliot?
Yes. Iran is a different and much more theologically based regime than the military dictatorships that come and go in Pakistan. And if you would be willing to risk the survival of your country on that, that's fine. They don't say death to Britain every day. They were quite hostile to Britain, actually. And it was only 5 years ago that they last invaded the British embassy. They keep doing it every 5 or 10 years. But they're more hostile to the United States. And I believe it was Rafsanjani who once said that Israel was a one-bomb country. So that's a risk that I think Israelis are not willing to take. And I guess I'd go with our last 5 presidents rather than with Kurt on the definition of what is the American interest here. It's not in the American interest, for example, that North Korea have a nuclear weapon. And we tried to stop it. We tried to stop it through diplomacy, and we failed. I think it would be a much more dangerous world if the non-proliferation efforts that have been made since World War II, which have not really failed. I mean, there aren't that many countries that have nuclear weapons. And it's, atomic weaponry is about a 100-year-old technology now. Well, 80-year-old technology, let's say. It's remarkable that so few countries have managed to get atomic weaponry. And it's not going to be a safer world if more get it. I do believe the Saudis, the Egyptians and others, the Turks, when they say on and off the record, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we are getting a nuclear weapon. Mohammed bin Salman said that in so many words. That's not going to make the world safer, I think. Particularly, again, when you're dealing with a theocracy here in Iran that continues to say death to America, death to Israel. Now, maybe you don't take that seriously. I take it a little more seriously.
Kurt, do you want to weigh in on any of that?
Sure. I mean, I think, though, it's a false choice. I mean, so while I kind of agree that the Iranians getting a nuclear weapon might not change the world, we also don't have to take that gamble, right? There was a deal on offer in the spring, right? And so if we're really just committed to nuclear non-proliferation here, a U.S. administration should drive a hard bargain and then sign a deal. And that's what Obama did. And Trump thought he could do better, and that's what he cited for tearing it up in the spring of 2018. And then he didn't sign a new deal. Then he got reelected president in 24, and he tried to sign a new deal. Clearly, when he announced those negotiations, he was seated next to Benjamin Netanyahu, who was unhappy with that. So what are we really talking about here? We're talking about that the Israelis have an inordinate amount of influence in our politics that I think are unacceptable. And the Israelis don't want a deal, or the Netanyahu administration doesn't want a deal, but he's been in power on and off for 25 years, so it's really hard to distinguish.
Let's talk military movements, Jonathan. Iran says the movements of US military assets to the region is provocative. Do you think it is? Do you think the US and Israel, by the look of the chess pieces setting up on the board there, are preparing for more strikes?
I would be surprised and disappointed if Trump was interested in any more war in the Middle East. He's just declared peace there. It's frequently publicized as one of his great achievements. His every 2 weeks another peace agreement. That's one of them. So if war broke out again, it would be rather a slap in the face to his track record of creating peace. So I personally don't think these are a prelude to war. Of course, I could be wrong, but I don't think they are. No.
Elliot, what do you think? Does Iran have a point that this movement of US military assets appears to be provocative?
I think that the president does not want war anywhere. He does not want to send American troops anywhere. It's striking that when he has used force, the killing of Soleimani, the bombing of Iran, these are things that, in a sense, he announces when they're over. That's the kind of use of military force that he favors. I think it's very unlikely that you will see him send American troops into combat actually anywhere. And I would say I really take exception to the argument that Trump and the whole U.S. government is kind of putty in the hands of the Israelis. That is a very old anti-Semitic canard, and I hate seeing it on your screen.
Kurt, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about Jews, and there are plenty of people who favor this dynamic with the Israelis who are Gentiles. I disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu as much as I disagree with Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham, and I think this is the baseless kind of accusations of prejudice that have been American people have rejected it from Democrats, and people should reject it from Republicans. It's pretty gross.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty gross to see an American saying that your government is not in the hands of your elected officials or your elected president. They're all really in the hands of the Israelis. I think that is.
I think it's nuanced. I think it has a very sophisticated lobby that has clear initiatives on foreign policy. I think Trump, veil of ignorance, wouldn't care about the Middle East, but is pliable to aggressive persuasion and perhaps opportunities for business interests for his family in the future. I think we've seen that throughout the Middle East region, frankly, and I think that is a confounding and infecting variable in all of this. I think that I am optimistic and hopeful that the better angels of him will win out, that he doesn't want to deal. I think you're right that he has a hesitation to put troops on the ground anywhere, but man, we can get a lot of trouble without putting troops on the ground, and then we've talked about this before, and then troops come in on the ground.
Let's look at the regional implications of this outside, or the broader implications really, outside of just Iran and Israel. In an interview on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, the Iranian president warned that the path the US has embarked upon will set fire to the entire region. Iran has previously said it would target assets across the region this time, a more broader conflict. And there is also the question of whether Iran's allies, such as Russia or China, could step in if the US became more emboldened and more openly involved. Elliot, considering how tense the region is there a real risk of a broader conflict here? I mean, it doesn't take much for there to be a miscalculation on either side. How close are we to a spillover?
I don't think we are at all. I think it was very striking that in the exchanges between Israel and Iran, and then in the American bombing of Iran, the Chinese and the Russians did literally nothing. I mean, it taught quite a hard lesson for Iran. They don't have an alliance with the Russians and the Chinese, and those countries are not going to come to their aid. In the air war, missiles, bombers between Israel and Iran, there are no troops on the ground involved there either. So I don't see how this spreads, and I say it is not going to spread.
Jonathan, I saw you give a thumbs up there. Oh, sorry, Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's just a monster assumption. The war was 12 days, so the naming itself was emphasizing that it wasn't that long. I think it was coined by the White House, basically. But the war actually drew out. It would be pretty cost-free for the Chinese or the Russians, and this is true in Iran as it is in Venezuela, where these countries have ties. Yeah, they're cold allies. Bashar Assad learned that the hard way. But Iran is not Syria, and Venezuela is not Syria. These are more important countries, frankly, and it can be very cost-free to bog the Americans down, especially because we know Russia has designs on more of Ukraine, and especially because we know the Chinese have some designs on Taiwan, and they distract the U.S. imperial machine into these superfluous theaters. They're not going to get a better opportunity if the U.S. gets into these wars.
Yeah, if I can just comment, I mean, I think that a lot of this language, you've got to put them in a cultural context, and they do love this kind of florid language and this very sort of effusive stuff, and a lot of it's political spell, but dug beneath it's not serious, I don't think.
Why? Why don't you think Russia and China are interested in being involved?
They don't want to get involved in a war either. But what they will do, I think, is they will add more strategic support, for instance, economic, to stop Iran's economy collapsing. I think they're much more interested in regime survival in that sense. I don't think they're interested in getting involved in the war, though, the fighting.
Elliot, are we witnessing the failure of international multilateral diplomacy, or are we on the cusp of seeing the success of President Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy?
I think we're seeing both. We don't know yet, as we sit here, whether this effort to end the Gaza war will succeed. But it's a big diplomatic effort, started in this case by the United States, but with a lot of support from Arab countries. So that would be an enormous success for multilateral diplomacy. I wouldn't generalize. I would say I do agree with your characterization of the Trump approach, which is really quite ad hoc. But in this case, he's decided to make the effort. He's decided to jump in. He's had lots of meetings this year with Middle Eastern leaders. And, Rubio and Witkoff and others have been all over the Middle East. So this is an effort that he's willing to make. And I think we all hope that it succeeds.
Kurt, what do you think? I mean, is international diplomacy dead with regards to this particular nuclear issue? Or do you think we're going to see the success of President Trump's approach?
Well, okay. I think number one, the president is impatient, and I think that's basically the story that's going on in Russia, Ukraine. That's the story that's going on in Latin America, and the story that's going on in the Middle East. And while the president is not an instinctual hawk, the hawks, the gun guys, have the quick answer. And he has been tempted by that since diplomacy took a long time on all of these issues in the spring. You saw early tailwinds for diplomacy in Russia, Ukraine, early tailwinds on Latin America, and early tailwinds on the Middle East. And it has been a bad 100 days or so since the June 13th strikes, since he has embraced Ukraine taking all of its territory back, which is a pipe dream. And then, of course, now the sort of needless assassination of Venezuelan fishermen in the South Caribbean. And so all of those are negative indicators. However, this is not George W. Bush, however, tempting it seems to be for him to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I do think there is still the possibility that he calls the bluff on the various people that want to keep the war going. I think the Hamas deal over the weekend, which various I'll say hardline hawks in the U.S. and Israel immediately messaged against, Trump seems like he wants that deal. All things being equal. And the question is whether or not he has the courage and patience to tell the leadership of Israel and the hawks of his own party no. And if he does, that's promising with Iran. But I do think base case and everything I'm hearing and the moving of U.S. military assets back into the region, which happened in late spring this year, I think that augurs a sign of renewed Israeli hostilities on the Iranians. And it's just a question if the U.S. Joins, because we saw last time the Israelis can't get what they want in Iran without U.S. support. And the Trump has to say no, or he's going to find himself in a war.
Jonathan, I mean, not specifically with regards to this conflict, but speaking a few days ago in Prague, the Serbian President Alexander Vučić warned that the world is preparing for major conflicts. And to his mind, the only question is which sides countries will pick. And he cited the flurry of arms purchases as one of the reasons he thinks that people are preparing for a broader war. What do you think of President Vučić's assessment?
Well, if he's concerned about people preparing for the war, he should look closer to home, I think, for the reason why certainly European nations are ramping up defense. When you see the sort of the sub-threshold aggressive acts that Russia is already carrying out in the West, it's no surprise that we're ramping up our spending on defense tools, and not just defense tools, but civilian security tools, because so many of these aggressions against other countries are happening non-militarily, dredging up cables, use of biological weapons to kill opponents in other foreign countries, political interference and these sort of things. So it is ramping up, and the Russians are certainly causing something there. I don't get a sense that the world is heading to a major conflagration. I don't think NATO wants a war. I don't think Putin wants a war either. I think there's an awful lot of saber rattling to play to a domestic audience. But actually, I don't think either side sees a benefit from a war. So, I mean, wars can always happen by accident. Indeed, most, you could argue, probably do. But I don't think anyone is intending one to come along. As to the Middle East plan, I think that I think it's full of aspiration, but when you look at the detail, it's asking Hamas to agree to get rid of 2 of its red lines, and it's asking the Netanyahu coalition to agree to the continued existence of Palestinians in Gaza after the war's over, which is absolutely not what they want. So I can see huge fundamental obstacles, and I'm afraid, to be utterly cynical, I think that both sides are trying to just say yes until such time as the other side causes the deal to collapse. So I don't have any great hope that this is going to yield to the peace of the 3,000-year-old conflict, as Trump described it the other day. I'm sorry if that sounds a bit cynical and hopeless.
Elliot? What do you think? I mean, are we heading towards more turbulent times, even if we look, beyond this Iran question?
You speaking of the Middle East or more broadly?
More broadly, Middle East for a start, but more broadly, I mean, on a global scale. Okay. We see how intertwined geopolitics is. One thing very easily leads to another.
Well, maybe. I don't see any major conflict coming in the Middle East. Even if there's another exchange between Israel and Iran, another 12-day war, that's not going to spread. And neither country will have boots on the ground in the other. And none of the neighbors are going to want to get involved, nor will the Chinese or the Russians. I hope Jonathan's right about Putin. My fear would be that he'll try to test NATO. He is already testing NATO. I mean, these drone flights, which started with the Baltics and Eastern Europe and then moved central and now are tying up airports in Western Europe. Those are tests, and we have to see how NATO responds to those. The only thing it seems to me that could really lead to a major conflict would be a Chinese effort to take Taiwan by force. Then you have a major war. That's the only one I really see on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Do you still believe that the United States would fight on behalf of Taiwan? My reading says he would.
Well, we're pledged to do so, and we're certainly preparing to do so. And if we don't do so, boy, it's really quite a different world, because what you've proved there is that American guarantees and pledges are not worth the paper they're printed on.
I think that's what we in NATO already think.
Well, I understand the fear. I certainly understand the fear. But neither under Biden nor under Trump has the United States done nothing, or even close to nothing, to support Ukraine, to which we have no treaty commitment at all, none. And in fact, I would say, and I know Kurt thinks this is an awful thing, and I'm not quite sure who he thinks persuaded Trump to support Ukraine more. Maybe it's the Israelis again, or the neocons. But the fact is, Trump has not abandoned Ukraine, and Trump is trying to figure out ways, the $90 billion arms deal, He is trying to get the Europeans to cut off Russian oil, and he seems to be trying to get the Europeans to freeze, to take the Russian bank deposits in Western Europe. So he's being quite supportive of Ukraine.
Kurt, round us out. Are we heading towards more tumultuous times, Middle East and globally, or is it saber rattling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, I think the gratuitous attacks on my character, which are unfounded, are beneath your accomplishments as an American civil servant and political operator. But that notwithstanding, I think that it is very dangerous to divide the world, as seemingly elites in the West, quote unquote, want to do, into a liberal democratic order and an axis of autocracies. And I think this kind of, again, loose talk that we're doing so creates a potential fait accompli where this occurs. I don't know why that people in NATO countries would be that anxious. The reality is, I do actually agree with Elliot. We've done a lot for Ukraine, a ton for Ukraine, which is not even in NATO. Taiwan itself, I think, is a complex situation. But the reality is the last president of the United States committed explicitly to troops on the ground. And I'm not at all convinced of the three theaters that one's going to happen. But if it is going to happen, and I think it will occur in a dynamic in which everybody's overstretched and everybody's overcommitted to each other. I mean, that is the lesson of the World War I dynamic. We're suddenly in all these treaties and we're fighting because of implied contractual or literal contractual obligations to faraway lands. And I just ask, what is that really doing for the American people? When did we vote on this? Why should we let it continue?
Elliot, do you want to respond to that before we wrap up?
Well, just listening to Kurt, here's something he and I would probably agree on, and that is that the president's executive order saying that the United States would defend Qatar, to which we have no treaty obligations, was very poorly thought through, and does not seem to have any support or much support in Congress. That really came out of nowhere as far as I was concerned. I think very few people in the government were really expecting that.
Yeah, I think both presidents, Biden and Trump, have desired to do defense compacts to solve the issue of the day. So the one that was bigger under Biden was the potential U.S.-Saudi compact. And I think because Qatar has now been bound by both Iran and Israel, so if the idea that Qatar is this master manipulator behind the scenes, I think is kind of a joke. They're the only country bound by both of them this year. I think Trump is trying to throw them a deal in order to put a Band-Aid over the bullet hole. But I think that's also not great for the United States. And I oppose that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that particularly plays out, especially as tensions continue. That executive order could be put to the test. Gentlemen, we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But Elliot Abrams, former US Special Envoy to Iran, Jonathan Shaw, the former head of the UK military's Special Forces, and Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions here on Counterpoints. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now, every year, Mercer publishes its Global Pension Index. That's a major study which compares the retirement income systems in some 52 different countries. Well, according to the 2025 index, Saudi Arabia has risen the rankings with an improved score versus last year and an improved overall grade from C+ to B grade. Well, this positions the kingdom on par with more mature systems like Switzerland and Canada. So what is behind this improvement, and what else does the survey reveal? Well, I'm joined now by Tariq Lotfi, who is the Mercer President of India, Middle East and Africa. Tariq, thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia's improved ranking, improved grade. I mean, what are the most significant factors behind this?
Well, as you said, this is a study that we've been doing for 17 years now. So we study, review, evaluate and compare about 52 countries and retirement systems of 52 countries around the world, covering about 65% of the global population. Saudi Arabia this year is one of 8 countries to improve their ranking from C+ to B. And it's really a number of factors around what we call the 3 pillars of pension fund design: adequacy, sustainability, and integrity. And Saudi Arabia has made progress across all 3 of those. And it's a culmination of several years of work. It's not one single factor. It's a culmination of several years of work that they've been, their focus has been on this. It's been a priority for them from a policymaking perspective. It's primarily around this year, around more comprehensive data on minimum pension levels. They've also made changes and revisions to contribution and accrual rates for new entrants into the scheme. And over the course of the last 18 months, there's been a number of legislative actions around the state pension age, which is now 65 in Saudi Arabia, as well as a variety of other things that have contributed to the strength of the system. It's already a very robust system with some very strong features, and they've done a lot of work specifically on the areas of integrity and adequacy.
Right, so reforms have been a factor in this improved rating over the past 12 months.
Absolutely. And the work that we do at Mercer is not just assessing and rating these pension schemes in a moment in time, but it's also providing really valuable insight around what reforms are needed and how those reforms can have an impact on improving those scores and the sustainability and the adequacy of those systems. So a lot of the work that we do with our clients is the rating is one thing, but it's also advising them on how to improve and how to reform, how and where to reform.
So Saudi Arabia, as we were saying in the introduction, is now ranked alongside the likes of Switzerland and Canada. That's in the B grade category. What needs to be done to close the gap and make Saudi Arabia A grade?
So I think they're in fantastic company. If you think about the journey they've been on over the past several years, they're in fantastic company already with the group that they're in. In terms of what can be done to improve and where we can see some reform, and they share these opportunities as well with the other countries who they share the same rating with, and so it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia. The first thing I would say is the increase in the minimum level of pension provided to the poorest and the eldest in their systems. The second would be to increase coverage to include employees in occupational schemes. And the third, along with longer lifespans, would be to drive more participation rates, particularly in the older segment of the working economy. And so there's a few things that they have at their disposal in terms of reform or in terms of things they can focus on. Again, it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia, but they share this with a number of other countries and mature systems around the world.
And what about the region? How does Saudi compare to the other countries in the region that you look after, namely this region?
Well, this was a really exciting issue for us because Saudi Arabia is now in its 8th year in our index. The UAE is in their 5th year. We had Kuwait and Oman debut this year. And so we're starting to get a broader representation from the Middle East, which is exciting. And really, it's reflective of the conversation that's taking place on the ground. And so if you look at the priorities today from an economic and a societal perspective, retirement, savings adequacy, financial security is top of the agenda. And we're seeing that not only in the reforms in the existing members of our index, but also in the new entrants in Kuwait and Oman. So the narrative is changing across the region, and it's an exciting time to be doing this kind of work.
But of course, Saudi Arabia always looking to attract top talent in multiple sectors, especially the sectors where they're aiming to grow and achieve the greatest results. How much does a pension package feature in the sort of the list of desirable factors inside an overall remuneration package?
Yeah, it features pretty high. And so you have this incredibly well-articulated and ambitious Vision 2030. And it's fantastic to see the way the public sector and the private sector has rallied around Vision 2030 and the progress that the kingdom's made over the past several years. A big part of their ability to be successful is their ability to attract and retain talent. And whether it's the work that we see in the public pension funds or the private sector pension funds that are complementing what exists already, that's a big part of their ability to drive a vibrant society, a thriving economy. And if you look at a lot of the tenets of Vision 2030, empowering individuals, fostering social development, a stable and productive and engaged workforce, a lot of these require a robust pension system, again, that goes back to being adequate, sustainable, and having integrity. And they've made massive strides in that area.
And so are we, therefore, starting to see companies do an awful lot when it comes to changing what they offer future employees and existing employees when it comes to their retirement scheme?
So I think that's a work in progress. And like anything, the private sector partners or supplements or complements what already exists in the public sector. And so sometimes the private sector can move faster, they can bring efficiency, they can bring competitiveness. In many cases, you're seeing private sector focus on alternative saving schemes to supplement what already exists and to make sure that we have savings adequacy in the system. You're also seeing private sector launch specific targeted schemes for a specific segment of the workforce. And so, yes, you are seeing the private sector come along and partner or supplement what already exists from a public sector perspective. And that's important, and it's necessary for the economies in the region to be sustainable and to continue to attract and retain talent.
Saudi Arabia's got a young population, hasn't it? And I'm just wondering, perhaps you're seeing any trends when it comes to that young population? I mean, obviously the gig economy around the world is something that didn't exist 10 years ago, but now it does, and it's obviously being embraced in a major way in Saudi Arabia. Are you seeing those young people starting out, perhaps some of them entrepreneurs, freelancers, are they making provisions for their old age, do you think?
Well, I mean, the world's changed, so you're right. I mean, there's a couple of macro trends that are driving things. One is people are living longer and spending longer time in retirement and working longer. And the other is this gig economy or non-traditional sectors that typically leave gaps in savings or gaps in pension plans. And so there's been a huge effort, and we do a lot of this at Mercer in terms of increasing awareness around financial stability or financial security. And so you are seeing the younger generation start to understand what retirement planning looks like, how they should be thinking about that, and how they should plan for the future. And that's dovetailing really well with the work that the government is doing and the priority the government is placing around this.
And just tell us, why do you carry out this survey? What are you seeking to achieve when you do it?
So again, the world is changing very quickly, and if these pension systems and plans don't adapt, they run the risk of falling behind and facing funding issues. So again, longer lifespans means people spend longer time in retirement, which has a drain on funding and payouts. An aging workforce means the ratio of active workers to retirees is reducing, and that again has strain on payouts. The gig economy, which you mentioned, and non-traditional working, again, has gaps in the system, and if they aren't addressed, these pension plans run the risk of being left behind or being underfunded and not being able to contribute in the way that they want to again, vibrant, inclusive economies where people have financial well-being. So the reason we do this at Mercer and the work that we do is A, to understand where everyone stands, but B, and I think more importantly, is to provide insight as to how we can improve some of the risks that we see, some of the challenges we see, and where we see opportunities to improve, to make sure that these pension schemes and retirement systems are able to support and again deliver on vibrant economies and thriving societies.
Okay, and just lastly, Tarek, I mean, looking forward to 2026, would you expect to see Saudi Arabia continue to go up the charts? Would you see perhaps that A grade perhaps looming in the not so very distant future? I
know the kingdom is incredibly ambitious, and I know they have their sights set on many milestones, and I'm confident they'll continue to look at how they can reform and how they can increase their attractiveness and their competitiveness on a global scale. So I'm confident we'll see progress.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Tarek Lotfi, Mercer President of India, Middle East and Africa. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel launched strikes on Gaza City after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gives the order. He says Hamas violated the ceasefire agreement. Hurricane Melissa makes landfall in Jamaica as this year's strongest storm approaches with deadly winds and heavy rain. And US President Donald Trump meets Japan's Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi and praises the golden age of their relationship. Israeli planes have launched strikes on Gaza City after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered immediate military action, accusing Hamas of violating the terms of the ceasefire agreement. It's after the group handed over the remains of a deceased hostage who had already been recovered by Israeli forces. Hamas says it was complying with the ceasefire and doing its best to locate the remaining hostages, but lacked the equipment needed to identify the bodies. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Craig-Koo, who's in Florida, and managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, who's of course right here in the studio with me. Michael, so good to have you on the show. So a lot has actually been happening today when we look at the situation in Israel, and we do know exactly what's on the table. Now, Israel have launched strikes into Gaza after violations of the ceasefire, they say, by Hamas. What do you think Donald Trump and the White House will be thinking right now?
Based on his previous reactions, I think he's going to, an expression I've recently learned, babysit this truce going forward. In the past, of course, in a very short period of time, you had J.D. Vance, you had Jared Kushner, you had Steve Witkoff, you had Marco Rubio, all in Israel speaking to the Israeli Prime Minister and sometimes not speaking to him, trying to make sure that this truce ceasefire would hold and making sure that the different factions on the Israeli side were not going to go off script. I think he'll continue to do that. I also find that it's quite interesting. Hamas has said three things that, to me, seem fairly transparent. One, they've said that because of the 2 years of bombing, Israel has essentially altered the terrain of Gaza, which makes it very difficult to find where you might have put bodies. The other thing is that many of the men who were responsible for guarding and moving those bodies have also been killed. So people might not know where the bodies and the remains are. And then the third, Hamas just said today that they're, according to the Hamas spokesperson, Israel is not allowing the Red Cross and Hamas to work together to try to find the bodies. Now, it seems as though those are all legitimate reasons why you would struggle to find the remains. And I think it's also interesting that today, when Benjamin Netanyahu was in court for his corruption cases, that there needed to be a reason why more strikes needed to happen.
We have seen this before when Benjamin Netanyahu has arrived for his corruption trial. An envelope has been handed over. They've asked for different things to come in play because of security concerns in Israel and regarding Benjamin Netanyahu. So it has been, once again, a busy day, and almost seeing Benjamin Netanyahu in that corruption trial. And then we heard about the strikes on Gaza once that trial for the day had closed. But Esther, Michael and I were just talking there that Israel has launched an attack on Gaza today after ceasefire violations, and also saying Hamas violated the ceasefire by carrying out an attack against Israeli forces in an area under Israeli control. And I think what a lot of people are going to be saying now is, we've been talking about the ceasefire. It's extremely fragile. It has been for the last 3 weeks. Is it over now?
Well, I don't think it's over until the Americans say it's over, because they're really the people holding this up with glue and duct tape. We know that the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has really gone to painstaking lengths to bring together all the interests and all the sort of personal relationships that he has with leaders. He's really put that on the line to try and get together this very fragile ceasefire. And I think from the outside looking in, it looks like, particularly on the Israeli side, they're looking for any excuse now that Netanyahu's political fortunes have changed to really shake that up and bring an end to it, which I'm pretty sure the Trump administration will absolutely not let happen. I think, and I'm not one to defend Hamas, of course, it's very reasonable to say that they need excavation equipment to be able to not only dig out the bodies, but also to have the equipment to accurately identify them. If you hear what Netanyahu's government is saying, they're saying that one of the bodies that were returned by Hamas was actually the parts of a body of a hostage that was returned previously. But Hamas is making what I think many people will see as a reasonable case, which is, the topography of Gaza has basically changed fundamentally. It looks like a pancake. Many of the landmarks that they used to identify where these people were buried have obviously naturally been changed beyond recognition. And so there has to be a bit of patience and leeway. I think the bigger question is, why would Netanyahu and his government be so keen to see this ceasefire that led to so much celebration and jubilation in the streets of Tel Aviv? Why would they be happy to see that end? Until you look a bit more closely, which were the people in the government that were calling for these urgent strikes on Gaza? Of course, it was Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, which is no surprise there. So I think really this ceasefire will not end until the Trump administration allows it to end. But they also have to acknowledge that you cannot have a ceasefire when one of both parties acts so in such an inconspicuous and really random way. I mean, I thought the red line for the Trump administration would be to the airstrikes that were done in Doha, which is a U.S. ally, which led to a massive embarrassment to the Trump administration and really led to many allies around the world kind of looking into their relationship and any security guarantees that they have from the U.S. But I think it's now clear that it's got to the point where the Trump administration has to say, listen, we support the state of Israel, but we cannot work with these people. And so the Israeli government has to find mechanisms to get rid of these three bad faith actors so that we can move forward and make some progress in this regard, because if not, I don't see how any real peace can be maintained.
And we should also note, just after that came out that Israel was to strike Gaza again, Hamas did reply and say that they would not return the remains of a hostage that they were going to today. So we're seeing Hamas retaliate to the statement by Benjamin Netanyahu. So right now it's almost a tit-for-tat situation between the two sides, which, Michael, we've been talking about since October the 7th did happen for 2 years. And it just seems, what Esther said there, there's no trust between these two sides.
There is no trust. And from the Hamas side, the only leverage they have now, of course, is to hold on to whatever it is that the Israelis want. But I do believe that the president will get involved, because what's so important to him at this moment, and we heard about it today when he was visiting the Japanese Prime Minister, is to be nominated and to receive a Nobel Peace Prize. And because that is at the top of his mind, it seems, whenever he's meeting foreign dignitaries. I have to think that he will take a very hands-on approach, and if he has to send more or the same people over to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister, or if he has to get on the phone with the Israeli Prime Minister and let him know what he's thinking, I think that will happen, because we're entering week 4 of the U.S. government shutdown. This is one of the few victories right now that Donald Trump can trumpet to the American people.
And we're just hearing on the wires right now that we did hear earlier Israel struck a target area near northern Gaza's largest operational hospitals. At that time, the casualties were unknown, but we're just hearing that 2 people have been killed, 4 people have been injured following those Israeli strikes. But Esther, I want to talk to you a little bit about the fact that there was a lot of speculation that Charlie Kirk was trying to distance himself from Israel in the weeks before his death over its actions in Gaza. Earlier, I spoke to Israeli journalist Hanania Naftali to hear his thoughts. Take a listen.
I think that Charlie Kirk was a staunch supporter of Israel. I mean, he expressed it on almost every platform that he had. Him and I were actually supposed to get to know each other. He was following me on social media platforms, but I have to say he clearly stated that he loves Israel. And so in that regard, I have to say whatever Tucker is pushing or the Candace Owens, I think that they don't pose a threat to Israel. They pose a threat to truth itself. They're pushing conspiracy theories without any factual base. It's okay to express your opinion, but when you're pushing anti-Semitism disguised like that, this is not going to achieve any goal.
And Esther, you're over in the US at the moment, and there's been so much talk about this. If we have a look at the likes of Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and also the whole AIPAC movement, I don't know what your thoughts are surrounding this topic.
Well, I think there is rightly a recognition that amongst the younger generations, particularly the Republican-leaning younger generations, that there has been a kind of cooling of relations towards Israel. That is to say, unlike the older Americans, particularly in their 40s and 50s, that have kind of have fond associations with Israel. Many people from older generations would recognize the only democracy in the Middle East. You see a kind of opposite happening with younger people in America, not so much on the left, which always kind of had more anti-Israel sentiments, but mainly younger Republicans. And so this whole kind of conspiracy theory has whipped up, particularly by the likes of Candace Owens saying that, the state of Israel was responsible for Charlie Kirk's death, an allegation which doesn't have any kind of basis in reality because no evidence has been provided. So what you're seeing now is kind of Charlie Kirk being seen, almost trying to be shaped into this martyr for people that are speaking out against the state of Israel and somehow losing their lives as a result of it. And then also on the less kind of hysterical side, a recognition that Israel's image in the West, particularly amongst younger people, has taken a severe hit. And however way you want to shape it, 2 years of seeing the brutal war that's been undertaken in Gaza and the kinds of images that are coming out of Gaza and the kind of politics around, stopping food aid from going into the territory and all of that has really soured the country in many younger people's minds. And that's something that even Naftali Bennett recognized. And it's a challenge that the Israelis are going to have to try and almost rehabilitate their image amongst future generations of Westerners who are going to be voters, who are going to influence government policy and Western government's policy towards the state of Israel in the years to come. But on the Charlie Kirk side, I mean, just from a personal perspective, I used to work for Turning Point UK. I do think it's very sad that a woman had to see her husband and the father of her children be brutally murdered in such a way. And somehow people have used that as a way to whip up ridiculous conspiracy theories, even going as far as saying the state of Israel is responsible for it without any evidence to the fact. And I think that's really kind of the takeaway from this. It doesn't matter how heinous an act is committed. People always find a way to use it towards their own political ends. But on the flip side, we do have to recognize that the image of Israel has been quite negatively impacted by the war in Gaza. And dare I say, in years to come, they're probably going to see themselves be more isolated on the international stage unless some serious, drastic action is taken.
Esther and Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Hurricane Melissa, the strongest storm of the year, has made landfall in Jamaica with winds of 175 miles per hour and heavy rain. Thousands have been evacuated, but fears grow as it slowly nears low-lying areas. Authorities warn residents to take shelter as the storm could be the strongest ever to hit the island, with 7 deaths already reported in the region. Michael, as we said there, this is the strongest storm of the year so far. Frightening as it makes landfall, and it doesn't seem to be letting up, does it?
It doesn't. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica is the one that's leading the charge, saying really dramatic, but I think honest statements, which are that the most important thing will be the recovery. He's expecting the absolute worst, and he's trying to get his people, it's an island state of almost 3 million people, to make sure that they are doing everything they can to take cover and to be as safe as possible. But you have, the eye of the storm is 30 miles in diameter, and that is also a Category 5, and it is going at about 3 to 5 miles per hour, which means that the people who are in the wake of it are going to be dealing with tornado-like conditions for perhaps as long as 12 hours. It's going to be horrific, and most meteorologists are calling it catastrophic. It's going to be that bad.
And also there will be storm surges because it is moving slowly, and the water levels will rise too, which is something that I've been hearing. So it's almost coming from all angles in many senses. Yeah,
there'll be lots of flash flooding. Especially it's coming from the southern part of the island, and low-lying residential areas there as well. So with the flash flooding, and they're expecting as much as 30 inches of rain, it is going to be terrible wind conditions, as you said, 175 miles an hour, and also lots of rain and landslides. It's going to be the absolute worst of the worst.
And Esther, Melissa has now overtaken Storm Katrina in terms of the strength of it, and residents in New Orleans are still reeling from Storm Katrina, which happened back in 2005.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to illustrate the seriousness of Storm Melissa, the name is actually going to be retired from the hurricane sort of name listings, which is something that's only reserved for the hurricanes of the highest severity and of the highest strength. And it's a similar thing that happened with Hurricane Katrina, which left about $125 billion worth of damages in its wake, particularly concentrated in New Orleans, in Louisiana. Now, just to put that context into the sort of context of Jamaica, a small island, and that's heavily reliant on tourism. $125 billion worth of damage is nothing to scoff at. It's extremely serious, and this is why we've seen the public authorities in Jamaica take such precautions. I mean, you're hearing reports of people, almost in like war-like conditions where they're hunkered down, waiting for the storm to pass. Some people have been hunkered down for the last 3-4 days because of advice from public authorities, just waiting for the storm to pass out, even though the worst is still yet to come. And in many ways, Jamaican authorities can be accused of being overly cautious. But we have to remember, one, Jamaica has never faced a storm, a Category 5 hurricane before in its history. Two, if this is not contained properly and you do not have the logistics of public administration and rescue efforts being perfectly in sync, you could see a disaster on our hands. We've already seen a couple of casualties on the island of the Dominican Republic, which hasn't even seen the worst of the hurricane yet. And, obviously this hurricane is expected to pass through Cuba, although by the time it does, it would have lost a significant amount of its strength. So all eyes are on Jamaica right now, and particularly on the local administration, to see how they can coordinate rescue efforts and keep people as safe as possible. They've never faced this level of a threat before. And with Hurricane Katrina, obviously, many lessons being learned, particularly with a country like the US that had vast resources at its disposal. It's important for all lessons to be learned. There is a significant Jamaican diaspora, not just here in Florida, but in other parts of the southeastern US, who are all watching and hoping that people keep safe and that the Jamaican authorities do right by their people.
And you were just mentioning that we did hear from Jamaica's Prime Minister, spoke out minutes after the hurricane did make landfall, and he directed his attention towards the relief effort once the hurricane had passed. The Red Cross, Michael, warning up to 1.5 million people are expected to be directly affected by this hurricane. And I guess what we'll see in the next few days is how well the teams have put in those precautions, because we had warning about this.
Yeah, it's also going to be dependent upon the international community to come in and do everything they can to make sure that they're going to help the people who need to be saved, as well as to get them the water and the medical attention that's going to be essential if the recovery effort is going to be as successful as the Prime Minister is hoping for.
Yeah, and Esther, also, like we said, it will be the cleanup that will be very difficult, but it also must be an extremely frightening time, especially for people who are stuck there, like you said, being hunkered down for days, not knowing what to expect.
Yes, it's quite a schizophrenic existence. It's almost kind of like what you would expect in a wartime bunker. You know, people just waiting for days on end, waiting for the threat to pass. I mean, just to put things into perspective, about 1,500 lives were lost during Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans alone as a result of the level of destruction that hurricane unleashed. This hurricane is more powerful and more intense. And thankfully, thanks to meteorological advancements, the government of Jamaica has had prior notice for days, which is why you're seeing people being so cautious and really taking care of their safety, and the government as well really stressing coordinated efforts to keep people as safe as possible. But if they didn't, for example, if there was a severe lapse in judgment or even any sort of delay in recovery efforts, you could see something into probably the thousands or the tens of thousands in terms of casualties. So there are many lives on the line here, and it's at least heartwarming to see that the government is taking this as seriously as possible, because this hurricane has already cost lives in other neighboring countries as well. And so with Jamaica being in effectively the eye of the storm, it's important that all precautions are taken.
Thanks for your thoughts on that, Esther and Michael. Let's move on to another story now. And US President Donald Trump has called Japan an ally at the strongest level after meeting newly elected Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. It's the second stop of his Asia tour. The two leaders signed new agreements they say mark a golden age in relations between both Washington and Tokyo. Esther, there was a lot happening. Foreign investment in the US and a Nobel Peace Prize nomination. Fair to say that Donald Trump's tour of Asia until now has actually proved a massive success. And his dancing in Malaysia, of course, a viral moment too.
Yes, of course. Who could forget Trump's robot dance at the ASEAN summit in Malaysia? But I mean, he's had quite a great PR press tour these last few months. He's had probably the best summer that most politicians could imagine. He's overseen this very fragile ceasefire, which may no longer be a ceasefire by the look of things, in a region that is quite fraught with instability. And now going to Japan to meet the new first female Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, who is a protege of the late Shinzo Abe, who we know during Trump's first administration was probably the closest foreign leader with Donald Trump. Is quite something. Now, from Takaichi's perspective, this trip was key. I mean, she basically won her premiership by default. She was up against the agriculture minister, who basically lost favor in the Japanese public for a stunt where he asked his supporters to go and leave negative comments on one of her websites, which seems quite minor in our eyes, but in Japan, which had already had enough of his party, this basically made her the candidate by default. But she is running a coalition government, which is fairly weak in terms of what it can actually do. And the first most important point of action for her was to get a reduction on those tariffs from the Trump administration, to curry as much favor with the Trump administration as possible. And so she did what many leaders have learned to do best: flattery, promising to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize, which we know he desperately wants to win, committing Japanese companies and the Japanese government to hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment into the US, including one by Toyota, even though the company has not responded to calls for comments on that. So they're just kind of playing the tune that Trump likes to hear, which is we will promise you money and we will work with you and we will coordinate with you. She went as far as giving him the late Shinzo Abe's golf clubs. Now we know Donald Trump loves golf, so that's something that he really valued. But it also kind of coincides at a good time because the trial of Shinzo Abe's murderer starts today in Japan. So from Takaichi's perspective, this is kind of a good week of as good a press as she could possibly hope for. And off the back of this kind of positive reception from Donald Trump and potentially seeing the tariffs reduced from 15% to even a mere 10% like the UK got away with, we're likely going to see kind of a warming of relations and just continued coordination with between Japan and the US, which we're probably going to see less of with Trump meeting Xi Jinping in South Korea over the next few days.
Michael, let's talk right now about that meeting. We know Xi Jinping and Donald Trump, the leaders of the two biggest economies in the world, almost vital that this trade spat between both of them is ironed out. We know that there's this framework in the making. We've heard from Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary. What do you think about this upcoming meeting between these two powerhouses and the different leverage they have on each other?
So first of all, I want to say that Donald Trump is giving old white men, of which I'm one, a bad look when he starts dancing.
His dancing is my favorite. I actually love his dancing.
So from a meme perspective, I agree with you. It is wonderful. But you wouldn't want that look out in public.
Can I tell you something? Donald Trump, I don't know why I'm going to tell everyone this, but he looks exactly like my grandfather. And my grandfather used to dance like that. And every time I see it, it just makes me so happy. I love that he's out there, he's vibrant, he's trying.
I apologize, I digressed. So in answer to your question, it feels like I'm not going to win that argument,
No.
so I'll move on. So I think the meeting with President Xi should be successful, and there should be glowing responses from both sides, but I don't think there'll be the same love-in as there was with the Japanese Prime Minister. Scott Bessent over the weekend had spoken about how that the 100% tariffs levied against China, that is off the table. There seems to be an awful lot of talk about China willing to purchase soybeans. Also, the rare minerals, the curbing of those exports, that's going to be lifted. So everything that the Americans want, it seems, is on the table. The framework, they've said, is in place. Now, we haven't heard from the Chinese. And that, I think, is where it becomes a little bit difficult and where we're not quite sure what we're going to get. Because when you're only hearing from one side, obviously it doesn't give you a full picture. And I think not until the day of will we know exactly how the Chinese feel.
And it's really interesting because we did actually hear from a Chinese minister, and he said that Xi and Trump respect each other ahead of this meeting, which I guess is a positive signal coming out of the very quiet news that we get out of the country in general.
And I think that's quite interesting because early on during the start of Donald Trump's second presidency, there was talk from the Chinese side that there wasn't an appreciation on the American side that there is a decorum that the Chinese would take to the negotiations. And they didn't think that the Americans were following the proper process so that you would show respect to your counterparts. And now they both, when Donald Trump was on Air Force One, he was talking about, I think he respects me, I respect him, I think he respects our country. And that narrative is starting to change a little bit. So some of the Chinese concerns, I think, have been taken on board by the American administration.
Yeah, absolutely. And Esther, TikTok, of course, Donald Trump will want to save because of his dancing. But also, when we've seen him go around Asia, he has done a lot of deals when it comes to rare earth minerals. This has been something high up on his agenda in Japan. We saw that in Malaysia too. And this is really to counter China's threat.
Yeah, I mean, I think one way that we're seeing the Trump administration differ from the Biden and certainly the Obama administrations is their approach towards raw earth minerals and really seeing what's going to happen down the line with China basically monopolizing the entire process of extraction to refining of rare earth minerals like lithium and cobalt and copper. Many of them are, in regions like Australia and part of China and Japan, for example, that Trump has has just secured a raw earth minerals deal with. So they're taking quite a strategically different approach. So where, Obama's administration and even Biden saw it as just, as a form of trade, basically nothing like just as on par with buying cups from different countries, the Trump administration is seeing it as a national security threat because these rare earth minerals are fundamental in the production of many things, from chips, from high-powered, high-performing chips to car batteries that we're seeing for these electric vehicles and all sorts of things, mobile phone, SIM cards, manufacturing. So it's not just a matter of, just basic trade. It's also a matter of national security. And the Trump administration is seeming to take that seriously. We're seeing them engage with many African countries in a way that Biden and certainly the Obama administration didn't. We see how the Chinese have basically monopolized the extraction and production process of minerals like cobalt in places like the DRC, in Zambia, in Angola, for example. And Trump's administration has basically sent out, I believe, one of Trump's sons-in-law to go and actually start negotiating and engaging with these African countries in a way that many administrations just hadn't done, and they hadn't recognized the threat to America to be left behind in this. We've seen the Trump administration, previously this was led by the Biden administration, but being continued by the Trump administration, secure basically a chip manufacturing plant in Arizona, the largest to compete with the Taiwanese, just to secure America's supplies of these really important chips if anything were to happen, like the Chinese were to invade Taiwan. So there's a lot more strategic management of these kinds of trade of raw earth minerals that we're seeing being led by the Trump administration that just hasn't happened over the last 10 to 15 years.
Esther and Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there, and we're going to move on to another story and the more scandals surrounding Prince Andrew, who hosted Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell and Harvey Weinstein at Royal Lodge, the prince's private residence in the grounds of Windsor Castle. It was during an event for Princess Beatrice, who was celebrating her 18th birthday. Andrew is currently trying to negotiate another royal residence after being asked to leave Royal Lodge, which is owned by the Crown Estate. Michael, this just seems to be the story that doesn't go away, and it's getting worse and worse and worse for Prince Andrew.
It's death by a thousand cuts. It is a story that Buckingham Palace has been behind from the very beginning, and they don't seem to have any awareness that they need to get ahead of the story, that they need to own the narrative. And as an outsider, it becomes frustrating that, not that they're going to ever rehabilitate Prince Andrew, but that there's so much more that they could do so that the entire family is not taken down by this one person. They have to, I think, bring in outsiders. They have to think outside the box. They have to do something radical. They have to put a face on this, somebody who is not part of the family, somebody who's willing to take charge, somebody who's willing to maybe say some harsh words about the prince, somebody who is willing to make sure that there's a separation. And there doesn't seem to be any awareness that this is even an issue. And this is where it becomes so frustrating, as I said, as an outsider looking at this, as it just gets worse and worse each day.
And Esther, I just want to reiterate one thing. Andrew has always strenuously denied any wrongdoing, and he has agreed to give up his titles as revelations in the memoir of Virginia Giuffre do come out. But Esther, do you think the royal family actually had any idea of anything that was going on all those years ago related to Princess Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, and their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
I think the royal family, unfortunately, fell victim to a complete lack of imagination. And in their defense, they just couldn't believe how much of a disaster Prince Andrew was. The lack of judgment, the entitlement, the lack of common sense. I mean, when allegations of this sort of relationship that he had with Virginia Giuffre started coming up in 2011, he was basically saying that he wanted to fight it in court. And I think it was at that point that the Queen should have said, yes, you fight it in court as a private citizen. You're not going to have any access to any funds. You're not going to be using any of your titles. You're going to be suspending all your royal family duties until all of this is sorted. But unfortunately, the Queen was a bit overly cautious and just thought paying Virginia Giuffre and trying to keep this hush-hush as much as possible was the best way to go. Now, we know that this is not a story that was going to die, because what has been revealed is that there are allegations that back in 2011, the day before that infamous picture of Prince Andrew with Virginia Giuffre, where he's holding her waist and you can see Ghislaine Maxwell in the background, came out, he asked his personal protection officer, which is an officer that is paid for by the taxpayer. I'm sure you remember it, because this is basically the backbone of Prince Harry's gripe with the Home Office, because they removed his automatic right to personal protection officer and that level of security. He asked them to dig up dirt on Virginia Giuffre, including access to her social security number and her address and her criminal record. Now, there are rumors that he could possibly be facing the authorities here in the US, because that's a federal offense to access illegally someone's social security number, which is key to basically all aspects of their life in the US. But also, he hasn't availed himself to any authorities. He keeps bleating on about his innocence, and yet he's not made himself available to the victims' lawyers. He's not spoken to any authorities. He's basically tried to hush this as much as possible. And now we see that actually the extent of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein goes back further and even deeper than he alleged to the public, which means he misled the public while he was in a public office. This goes beyond his disgusting relationship with that disgraced man. And so what the royal family has to do is basically make him face the music. No more protection. If he is as innocent as he says he is, he must face the authorities. He must sing like a canary. He cannot obviously continue to live in a 30-bedroom mansion. But more to the point, he cannot have any of the graces that being a member of the royal family accords him. If this was an average, ordinary man, he would be facing the music. And I think Prince Andrew should as well. And he should have no protection from the royal family. And it's the only way that they can regain the public's trust, because the more that they try to protect him, the more that they bring themselves into disrepute, unfortunately.
And also, we must admit one thing. Epstein is also hanging over the US administration and Donald Trump's administration, because people are calling for the Epstein list to be released, if that does exist. So the Epstein story does keep on going. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Now it's that time of the show where Esther and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Now, Esther, yours is all about a rare Picasso portrait that has been sold for millions and millions and millions.
Yeah, so this portrait of a muse of Picasso has just sold for $37 million. And it's one of a kind. But I think the real story here is not the fact that it's sold for tens of millions of dollars, but how ugly it is and how it looks like it could have been painted by a monkey. And I think really what we're uncovering here, or what we're discovering here, is probably one of the biggest money laundering cases in existence. I think whoever bought this clearly has no appreciation for art or functioning eyes, if you ask me. And I think the police should investigate who would possibly spend $37 million to buy something that could be painted by a one-handed ape. It is incredibly ugly. It's just a multicolored woman in a hat. And for some reason, because the name Picasso is attached to it, someone decided to pay a small fortune for it. And forgetting how ludicrous it is, I think there is clearly something criminal going on here, because it just doesn't make sense. It's so ugly to look at. I wouldn't even put this over a toilet to look at.
Can I tell you something? I was just having a look at it, and I must admit something. I've got no culture. I'm not an art person. I don't find any joy standing in front of art. It gives me nothing. But if someone actually said to me that we've had a portrait of you done and it was that, I would be horrified. Would you not, Michael?
Yeah.
Horrified. I agree with Esther.
Well, seeing as though it's depicting a woman, yes, I would be horrified.
But you can't really tell from the drawing.
Well, that one has hair, so it counts me out.
But
I think it was one of his exes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's
Picasso's exes, yeah.
Making her look as bad as possible. We all know how that feels at some point in our life. Michael, let's move on to yours now. And it's all about France has released a collection of stamps good enough to eat, well, to smell at least. Let's talk about these stamps.
So the post office has printed almost 600,000 stamps. And what they have done, they are scratch and sniff. They are stamps to honor and pay homage to the French croissants. And what they've done is they've used ingredients that come with scented candles so that when you scratch it, it smells like a croissant.
Can I tell you what, I really loved this when we were talking about it a little bit earlier, because I don't know if Esther also remembers, you know, in the magazines when you were younger, you used to get the sniff and scratch or the little samples of perfume, and I always loved that idea.
Yeah.
It's always great. But
yeah, I used to run to those. They used to belong to my mother, and I would just like kind of smear it on myself before school because they used to smell so good.
Yeah, they do smell so good. But also one thing crossed my mind. I don't know what both of you think of this. I know France has been struggling politically, can't pass a budget. It's facing all sorts of economic crisis, and then they print sniff and smell stamps. I mean...
Well, it does have us talking about this as opposed to the Louvre robbery and the arrest or no arrest of one or two suspects, an inside job or not. So this is at least gets news talking about something other than some of their failures.
Esther, thoughts?
Yeah. Yes, I agree. There's nothing more iconic about France than a croissant, one of those giant baguettes. And any press that's not to do with the complete failure of public administration to keep the crown jewels safe in France, I'm sure is good press. And this is, to be honest, there was a season 2 of jewelry heist because another museum in France also had its precious jewels nicked. So I mean, it's not looking like a good time to be French at all.
But at least we have a sniff and smell stamp. You know, hopefully we'll get those jewels back soon too. Thanks to our guest today, writer and broadcaster Esther Kraiku, who's in Florida for us, and managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, who is, of course, right here in the studio next to me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GMT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we focus our full attention on the war in Ukraine. This as President Zelensky says his country needs another 2 or 3 years of European financial support to continue fighting Russia. Well, in this edition, we'll get the latest on the battlefield tactics. We'll talk about which weapons could make the most difference, and we'll ask US diplomats what sort of a difference the latest sanctions are making. Hello and welcome. Straight to Ukraine. And we've been hearing several statements out of the Kremlin during the course of today. The Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has responded to President Donald Trump's latest sanctions on Russian oil giants Rosneft and Lukoil. Peskov said that despite President Trump's calls for countries to stop buying Russian oil, he's confident that Russia's partners will make their own decisions. He added that Russian commodities offer the highest quality at competitive prices. Well, on the diplomatic front, efforts to end the war, Kremlin is blaming Kyiv for the latest stalemate, saying that Ukraine has not been answering Moscow's questions. The spokesperson also claimed that Russian troops are hearing foreign languages amongst the ranks of fighters on the front line and vowed that those fighters would be destroyed. Well, the US-led NATO military alliance says that despite its strong support for Ukraine, they have not deployed any soldiers there. Well into its fourth year, drone warfare remains a key part of the war in Ukraine. The UN is accusing Russia of using drones to target civilians near the front line, saying it has created a climate of terror, which has forced thousands of people to flee. And investigators say this could amount to a crime against humanity. Well, Russia and Ukraine have been trading blame for civilian attacks during the course of the war, but both are continuing to deny this. Well, let's discuss this a little bit more now, and we can speak to Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister. He joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. We're also joined by Andriy Antikov, who is a political analyst based in Moscow. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Andrew, let me start with you. I'd like both of you to set out your positions, but tell us, Andriy, 2,000 Ukrainian civilians have been reported killed this year. More than 14,000 have been killed since the start of the war nearly 4 years ago. What is Russia's justification? What's Russia trying to achieve here?
Well, of course, Russia does not target civilians in Ukraine. What we need is to find a solution, a peaceful solution. Unfortunately, what we see is that there is an escalation from European countries, from the United States. Instead of discussing the real solution, peaceful solution, the ways to achieve this solution, we see that Ukraine is still receiving lots of weapons from Western countries, and so on and so on. This is the real problem. I think the problem is that we see that the Western countries found some committees. They discuss the ways to deploy their soldiers in Ukraine after the ceasefire. They discuss how to exploit Russian assets and so on and so on. But they discuss it. They ignore Russian position. This is the real problem. They behave as there is no Russia on the world map.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying this is all the fault of
interests.
This is all the fault of the Europeans, you're saying, and that they need to. They're responsible for prolonging the war. So, Gerald, let me ask you to respond to some of those comments that Andrew just made.
Well, of course, it's crystal clear to the entire world that it was Russia which launched an unprovoked, brutal aggression against a sovereign state, Ukraine. There was absolutely no justification for it. Indeed, Russia had already annexed Crimea in 2014. They have been undertaking military activity in the Donbass eastern region of Ukraine since 2014. And this is the most disgusting modern assault upon a sovereign state, and in complete breach of an agreement which Andrei's former president of Russia had signed. Boris Yeltsin had signed an agreement with Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and the United States, under which the parties agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine. This is the most brutal and violent aggression against another country, and all that we are doing is to help Ukraine to fulfill that duty which Russia has reneged upon, namely to ensure that the existing borders of Ukraine should be respected. The idea that Andrew says that Russia is not targeting civilians, we see on our television screens every night, we see civilian blocks of flats that have been targeted by Russia. Andrew needs to understand that it is his president who has been charged with war crimes at the International Criminal Court. And he needs to understand that the entire respected international community finds this an absolute, utter, contemptible disgrace.
Okay, Andrew, some strong words there from Sir Gerald. Feel free to respond to any of that. And let me also ask you, what is Russia achieving on the battlefield? Have there been any strategic breakthroughs?
Well, we see that Russia has freed lots of territories in the former Ukraine, so to say, former Ukraine. I talk here about Donbass, some other territories. And so there is a straight way, ground way from the Russian territories to Crimea. This is very important for us because before Before this operation, there was only a bridge that connected the Crimea with the other Russian territories. So the achievement is clear for everybody, but we insist on withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from Donbass, from Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson and Zaporozhye. So this is the main Russian condition, and also we need to discuss the future of Ukraine. I mean here that I mentioned previously that the European countries discussed the deployment of Western soldiers from Western countries in Ukraine, but this is absolutely unacceptable for Russia. Well, there is lots of talks about there are lots of talks about ceasefire in Ukraine. This is also unacceptable for Russia. Let's imagine that Russia agrees with ceasefire. I'll tell you what's going to happen next. During a couple of months, this ceasefire will be stable, but during this time, Ukraine will get some reinforcements. Ukraine will get more weapons from Western countries, and after that, Russia will be accused of something, and the combat will start.
But
will start.
Andre,
this is the problem. That's why we don't need.
Okay. Okay, Andre. Let's Gerald respond to that.
Andre, forgive me. It's not your country. You said that you need to hold the Donbass in order to get access to overland to Crimea. Crimea does not belong to you. Crimea belongs to Ukraine, and you have seized Crimea by military force, and now you justify taking the Donbass in order to give you somebody else's country so that you can access another part of that person's country. This is absolutely disgusting. And the idea that the Europeans are somehow ramping up, escalating, no, we are not. We are helping Ukraine to fight off an evil and brutal aggressor in the form of you and your people. And it's, I don't know if you've been watching, but there are people in St. Petersburg who are beginning to complain about the way that President Putin is conducting this brutal aggression against another country. There are Russians who are speaking up. And of course, in Russia, it's pretty well a crime to speak up. And so you need to understand, we are going to stand firm behind Ukraine. We are going to support them because your brutal aggression, your seizing of Ukrainian children and taking them to indoctrinate them in Russia in the 21st century, this is absolutely and utterly despicable, Andre.
Andre?
Well, let's talk about Iraq then, or maybe Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. But I want to respond that we talk about, as you say, Russian aggression as if Russia has decided to make this step, just as if there was nothing before that. But I would like to remind you that before what happened in the year 2014, there was a coup in Ukraine, a military coup. And after this coup, the people were killed by new Ukrainian Nazi government in Ukraine, in Donbass. This is the real problem. That's why Russia has ended this case. And well, there was a referendum in Crimea, after that in Donbass, and anybody can go to Crimea now and ask people if they are happy with that decision from the year 2014. And I'm sure that most of them will be happy with that. They will say that they are Russian people, they're happy to be with Russia, inside Russia. This is the thing that the Western countries do not want to understand.
Has no idea.
So, Gerald?
Russia has no idea how to hold free elections. The referendum in the Donbass was rigged, as elections in Russia are rigged. And when you say there was a coup in 2014, do not, because you have no idea of democracy in Russia. You eliminate people who stand up against the Kremlin. There was no coup in 2014. The Ukrainian people voted for a different leadership. And the Ukrainian people would like to join the European Union. I personally wanted Britain to leave the European Union, and we have. And we had a free vote in this country. But in Ukraine, they would like to join the European Union. That must be a decision for them. It's not a decision for you. What arrogance you are trying to assert over the Ukrainian people. It's not for you. It's not for the Kremlin to decide who represents the people of Ukraine. It's the Ukrainian people. But as you have such little understanding of democracy in Russia, I quite understand why you do not accept the position in Ukraine. And don't call them Nazis. That is really quite revolting. The Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. They are not murdering civilians in Ukraine. The people who are doing that sort of activity are your people. Because don't forget, you poisoned a couple here in the United Kingdom. You sent agents here and you poisoned them in Salisbury, in our country.
Okay, Andrew, I'll let you respond to that and we'll move on to my next question after that.
I'd like to remind everybody that what happened in the year 2014, there was an agreement reached by President Viktor Yanukovych and the opposition leaders. The agreement that established a transitional period, and after that the presidential elections must be held. This agreement was also signed by some European countries. Instead of that, the day after that, after signing of this agreement, there was a coup in Ukraine. This is the problem. President Yanukovych had to flee. This is not a democracy. It's a military coup. And after that, we saw people burned alive in Odessa, in the city of Odessa, by Nazi forces, Ukrainian Nazi forces. We saw the people in Crimea. They were heavily stressed by what happened in Ukraine. So once again, there are lots of media in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in European countries, in the Arab world. Any journalist can go to the Crimea and ask people, freely ask people, what do they think about current events and what happened in the year 2014. Everybody is happy. Why? Why? Because Russia started to invest many money in the Crimea. They started to build infrastructure. Crimea, during those years before 2014, was actually left by the Ukrainian government. Corruption, no investments, nothing. Yeah, Soviet buildings, and this is what was in Crimea during all those years. After the year 2014, new airports were built, new roads were built, new hospitals were built there. This is the thing what Russia did. Are people happy with that? For sure they are. But this, again, this is the thing that the European countries, the United States, do not want to recognize. They don't see what people really think, people in the streets.
So you're saying that the Russian forces liberated Crimea, is that what you're basically saying? And that it's a much happier place than it used to be? Is that your argument?
I want to say that the Russian forces did not liberate Crimea, but they have made the conditions for people to make their choices. And this choice has been made. And I think nobody in Crimea rejects that choice made in the year 2014. Okay. This is the main thing, because
Let's let Sir Gerald respond to that.
They're not in a position to object. The fact is that you overran Crimea. Russia annexed Crimea to turn it into part of Russia. And as you have just admitted, and I hope people are watching this Al Arabiya interview in the Gulf states, heard it loud and clear from the man from Moscow who said that the reason why Russia insists on keeping the land that they have illegally seized, that is in eastern Ukraine, the so-called Donbass region of Ukraine, the reason they have seized it is to give them land access to the land they have already seized in Crimea, contrary to an agreement signed by their own president in 1995. It is just an absolute and utter disgrace and a complete affront to the world order. But then Russia has become a pariah. And if the people in Crimea have benefited from hospitals, well, I suspect there are people in other parts of Russia which are not benefiting from anything at the moment, because all the money that Russia has got is being spent on armaments to reinforce a military operation which was only supposed to last 3 days. But they didn't reckon with the patriotism and determination of the people of Ukraine to resist this aggression.
Okay, Andrei, let me turn back to you, because one of the things that the Kremlin's been saying today is that intelligence sources have been intercepting voices, foreign voices, on the front line, implying that there's foreign involvement supporting Ukraine. I want to ask you why this is significant in your opinion.
We see that this position is obvious for us. I mentioned previously that they claim to start a ceasefire there. This is not acceptable for Russia. I told previously that if Russia agrees with that, then it doesn't mean that Ukraine will stop receiving reinforcements, that Ukraine will stop receiving weapons from different countries. Well, Russia says maybe we could agree with a ceasefire, but on condition that all the military activities must be stopped. Of course, Ukraine does not agree, the European countries do not agree. So when we talk about a ceasefire, we absolutely understand that that the European countries, the United States, Ukraine itself, want to use this chance to get stronger, to restart the fighting in the future. Maybe after a month or 2 months, but it's obvious for everybody that that's only a little break. This ceasefire will not lead to a peace solution for Ukrainian crisis. Instead of that, we need to sit down, we need to join the negotiations, and we need to respect mutual positions. This is what Russia insists on. The problem is that everybody discusses the guarantees for Ukraine.
So, Gerald?
There is not a mutual position here. There is not a mutual position here. Discuss our mutual positions. Discussing the current combat line, where Russia occupies somebody else's country, and that country is fighting to stop your country taking even more of their land. That is not acceptable. And when you talk about foreign involvement, Tom, let's not forget that Russia imported something like 10,000 North Koreans to come and fight in their support in eastern Ukraine. There is, as far as I'm aware, there are no NATO troops in Ukraine supporting Ukraine. Yes, we are supporting Ukraine in many other ways. We are supporting them in the development of their drone industry, which is I have seen at first hand in Lviv when I was there earlier this year. We are doing everything we can. My son-in-law is Shadow Secretary of State for Defense. When he was Minister for Defense Procurement, he was helping to ensure Ukraine was armed with drones as well. We are going to do everything, Andrei, to prevent this brutal regime of yours from seizing another country in complete violation of an agreement which your president signed. So be under no illusions. And this soft speak about a ceasefire that we would reinforce. Sure, we are going to reinforce Ukraine every bit we possibly can, because, Andrei, if we do not succeed in driving out your forces from the land that they have seized in Ukraine, your president will turn to other countries and seek to impose the same brutal aggression on them as he has imposed upon Ukraine. He is intent upon rebuilding the Soviet Union, and I heard you use the word Soviet earlier because you're obviously part of that old regime. It's yesterday's history, but which is what President Putin wishes to rebuild, and it was a threat to the world, and it was only thanks to Mikhail Gorbachev that peace came to Europe.
Okay, Andrei, lots for you to reply to there. And notably, I saw you shaking your head when Sir Gerald mentioned there are 10,000 North Koreans or thereabouts helping Russia on the front line. How do you respond to that? And how do you respond to the notion that President Putin is simply trying to reconstruct the Soviet Union here?
Just give me a second. This is what I'm talking about. Well, the European countries, what I heard from a guest, the European countries want to defeat Russia. This is the thing. They want to defeat Russia instead of discussing the future of Europe.
We want to drive them out of Ukraine. We're not seeking to defeat Russia. We're seeking to help Ukraine drive your people out of a country you do not own. That is what we are seeking to do.
When you destroyed Yugoslavia, you didn't mind the Russian opinion. When you destroyed Yugoslavia, you didn't mind the Russian opinion. You destroyed a whole country, a big country. You crushed it in the lots of countries. This is
let's
the problem.
Let's stick with the present day. Let's stick to Ukraine.
Aggression against Ukraine. So let's get back to Ukraine. That's what I mean. The European countries talk about defeating Russia. It's not acceptable if they behave so.
So Gerald says that they're not talking about defeating. They're not defeating. They're not trying to defeat Russia. They're trying to help Ukraine to defend its sovereign borders. That's what Sir Gerald is saying, I think.
What's the difference? What's the difference between the two?
The difference is that we are not seeking to
helping Ukraine means defeating Russia.
We're not seeking to destroy Moscow. You are seeking to destroy Kyiv, and we are trying to protect Kyiv. That is the fundamental difference. And if you do not understand that, either you are not very intelligent, and I suspect you are quite intelligent, or else you're just a spokesman for a most corrupt regime operating the Kremlin, which I think is behind you.
Okay, let's let Andrei respond to this.
Well, I can assure you, if Russia really wanted to destroy Kyiv, it would really did it. As the NATO forces destroyed lots of parts of Belgrade previously in Yugoslavia, but we see that the center of Kyiv is not destroyed. President Zelensky is there. Lots of leaders arrive in Kyiv, and they hold negotiations with the Ukrainian government. Russia does not want to destroy Kyiv or any other.
People aren't going to Kyiv thanks to the goodwill of the Russian people or the president of Russia. They're able to go to Kyiv because, notwithstanding the astonishing bombardment that you are unleashing on the capital of Ukraine and upon their other cities, notwithstanding that, the Ukrainians have been able to shoot down so many of the drones that you are directing to them. Not all of them, of course, have successfully been successfully shot down, but they have shot down a lot. You are basically not winning. It is a stalemate at the moment, and you are just expending your young men, using them as cannon fodder, which again I just think is a complete and utter contempt.
Okay, Andrei, let me turn back to you. I'd like to ask you, as we sort of bring this discussion to a conclusion, how do you see this war in Ukraine ending, and when?
When, it's a good question. We don't know, because we see different positions. As I mentioned previously, the European countries insist on defeating Russia. Russia says, well, it makes Russia to fight more. This is the problem. How? That's a better question, because I think that what Russia sees is that Ukrainian territory must be a territory that, so to say, divides Russia and European countries. It means that no to European military presence in Ukraine, no to Ukraine in NATO, and so on and so on. So Ukraine must be a neutral country. Ukraine must be without any forces from the United States, European countries, or any other countries that supplied Ukraine with military weapons or any other military assistance. This is the real way to find a solution. But in common, I can say that the way to find this solution, I think, is that the other countries should respect or at least hear the Russian position.
Andrei,
at the moment they ignore it absolutely. As I mentioned, as if there is no Russia on the world map. This is not the way to find a solution for this crisis.
Okay, so Andrei, you think that President Putin really is serious about wanting peace?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Gerald, how do you respond?
Putin has done absolutely nothing to bring about peace. He has got the President of the United States around his little finger. He has dragged out the negotiations because he is trying to win a military battle in another country by seizing all the territory that he's not yet seized. And if he can't seize it all by insisting that the whole of the Donbass, including that which Russian forces have so far failed to secure, that is given over to Russia. It is just simply unacceptable. And the idea that the Ukraine, it's a sovereign country, Andre. It's just the same as, well, it's not, of course, the same as Russia, but it enjoys the same status as Russia. It is a free country. The idea that it has got to be neutral, that it cannot sign alliances it wishes to sign, that nobody should be allowed to occupy or to take part in peace support operations to prevent your country doing again what it has done twice in Ukraine. I mean, this is absurd. You cannot tell another country that is what they've got to do. If they want to join NATO, in my view, they should be allowed to join NATO. And Andre, you should understand, Sweden and Finland have been neutral since the end of the Second World War. And because of your president's action, because of Russia's belligerence, those two countries asked, in the aftermath of the attack on Ukraine, they asked to join NATO, ceasing to be neutral, but joining NATO. Why? Because they fear for you. Poland fears for you. Not one of those countries, which used to be part of the Soviet Union, wants to be involved with you again. That should say something about you. And that is why I'm afraid Russia does not occupy the status on the world stage that it used to. It is not because it is something like the 20th, 21st economy in the world. It is not that there are only products here in the United Kingdom that I want to go into the shops to buy from Russia. You don't produce anything I want to buy. All you have is oil and natural resources. Russia has brought about its own reduced state in the world. And by seeking to attack and annex the whole of another country where they're treaty bound to respect that country's borders, I mean, it's a lost cause, I'm afraid. You're just losing support, except amongst dictators around the world, but you're losing support from civilized countries.
All right, Sir Gerald, I'm going to give you the last word in just a moment because Andre had the first word. But Andre, let me just ask you to respond to some of the comments that have been made there by Sir Gerald.
Oh, well, I think, as I mentioned previously, we only need to find a solution for this crisis. And when we hear the talks that Russia has made an aggression against Ukraine, that Russia breaks any rules, that's not the way to find solution for Ukrainian crisis. I hear, as you talk with me, as I think, so to say, a citizen of some kind of barbarian country. That's not the thing. You can't behave with Russia in the way like that. So if we want a solution for this crisis, we need to sit down, we need to discuss the ways we need to discuss not only Ukraine, but also the security issues in the whole Europe. I mentioned previously that there was the spread of NATO. NATO became very close to Russian borders, and it all threatens Russia. Of course, Russia starts to move. And let's get back to the Ukrainian crisis. What happened in the year 2014 is that the Ukrainian forces started to bombard the people in Donbass. That Donbass that was previously in Ukraine, but now it is the Russian territory. I mean that Russia insisted on that the Minsk agreements should take place, that they must be made signed by President Poroshenko. By the way, President Poroshenko, the former Ukrainian leader, said that when he signed those agreements, he didn't intend to make them, to get them, to make them. This is the problem, and we see this behavior, and this is what made Russia to start its military operation. Now the people in Donbass are freed. Now the people in Crimea are freed. Now there is a new reality on the ground. If the European countries or the United States are not happy with this reality on the ground, then a new reality on the ground will be formed until the Russian conditions will be accepted.
Okay, so Gerald, I'll ask you to respond to that, and I want to ask you this final question as well, since you didn't have the opening words in this discussion. Should Ukraine give up any of its territory in the interests of peace, and do you think it will?
It's not a matter for me to tell the Ukrainian people.
That's for Sir Gerald. That's for Sir Gerald. This is the last.
It's not for me to tell the Ukrainian people whether they should give up land or not. That is the Ukrainian people to decide what sort of outcome they are prepared to accept from any peace talks which eventually take place. But talking to Ukrainians when I was in Lviv earlier this year, they do not want to give up a single square inch of the land that is theirs and does not belong to Russia. And you've just heard all of those watching this in the Gulf. I mean, you've heard it in words of one syllable. Russia, in the form of its new incarnation as the old Soviet Union, believes that the parts of Ukraine which it has taken by force belong to it. And I think it's very sad. Russia is diminished in the world. That is undoubtedly true. The Donbass is not part of Russia. Indeed, the Donbass is not wholly under the control of Russia. But I say this in a spirit of resignation that I think this is all extremely sad. I worked for the Sukhoi Design Bureau. You may have heard of them. They're the company who designed the Su-27 flanker aircraft. And I spent a year working with them to see if we could work together to produce a combat aircraft between the United Kingdom and the new Russia. And so I developed friendships in Russia, and I think this is extremely sad. And it is all down to a president who's absolutely determined to rebuild the Soviet Union and does not care one jot about his own people. His country is falling behind in the world. There's nothing we want to buy from Russia that's made in Russia. We don't want to buy your cars, don't want to buy your airplanes. So, it is very sad indeed, Andre. But there is only one outcome to this that is acceptable. That is, you withdraw every single one of the soldiers, the conscripts that you have put into eastern Ukraine, and you accept the borders as they were accepted in 1995 by President Boris Yeltsin, and you declare solemnly before God that you will not reinvade Ukraine ever again. That is the only way there can be an outcome. And if you do that, we might be able to talk in a civilized fashion.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Sir Gerald, you had the last word. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, thank you for your time. Andrei Antikov, you had the first word. Thank you very much for joining us. Andrei Antikov is a political analyst based in Moscow. Thank you very much indeed to you both, gentlemen. Well, we can speak now to Kurt Volker, who is President Trump's former special envoy for Ukraine negotiations, also former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. We are now day 1,343 of the war in Ukraine. I'd just like to start by asking you, I know you were there quite recently, what have been the most significant developments in the war in the last couple of months, would you say?
Well, I think Ukraine developing its own long-range strike capabilities to hit infrastructure inside Russia, talking about military facilities, military bases, oil refineries that produce refined fuel for aircraft. They've been able to hit quite a bit inside Russia. That's one big development. The other is the petering out of Russia's ground offensives. They've tried 3 separate offensives this year, in the spring, summer, and now in the autumn, and they have not really been able to take much territory. So we are seeing that Russia is really not capable of advancing, and Ukraine is inflicting more and more damage on Russia. So this has been a bit of a turn of the tide, if you will.
Okay, so I mean, with winter approaching and, you know, what's tended to happen in previous years during the winter is that the lines of the battle are more or less frozen. I mean, are we looking at a pretty unchanged stalemate, would you say, on the battlefield during the next 4 or 5 months?
Yeah. The fact that the lines don't change doesn't prevent people from fighting and many, many people dying. The Russians continue to throw wave after wave of soldiers at the front line who are just killed. And I think that will continue, but I don't expect the front line to change very much. In addition to that, what winter means is the Russians in particular go after the civilian energy infrastructure of Ukraine. They're trying to make people freeze and to put the lights out. And Ukraine has become very resilient, very capable of keeping the lights on, keeping the heat on. But Russia is sending more and more drones and more missiles at civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. So it's going to be a very difficult winter there.
Okay, and in terms of what President Trump is doing on the diplomatic front, he said he will not be meeting with President Putin until he thinks there will be a peace deal. And notably, he has called off the idea of these talks in Budapest. So does that mean he thinks peace talks, at least constructive peace talks, are still a very long way off?
Yes, if you listen to what the Russians are saying, and last week we had that phone call between Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov. Lavrov was articulating the most outrageous absolutist demands before there could be any idea of peace. He was saying that any territory in Ukraine that Russia doesn't control is by definition controlled by Nazis. He's saying they have to get all of the territory. He's saying that Ukraine has to be fully neutral, demilitarized, and subordinate to Russia. This is just an outrageous and maximalist set of demands that neither Ukraine nor Europe could ever agree to. So because of that, President Trump said there's no point in meeting with Vladimir Putin now. My own judgment is that there will never be a peace agreement per se. Putin is never going to recognize the legitimacy of a sovereign Ukraine. He's never going to recognize the legitimacy of Volodymyr Zelensky as the leader of Ukraine. And so there won't be such a peace deal. The best we can hope for is that enough pressure is put on Putin that he is forced to agree to a ceasefire.
Right, so that pressure is coming from multiple directions, isn't it? There's the sanctions on the oil company. The Russian economy looks like it's buckling, at least according to some metrics. There's the diplomatic pressure, the pressure on the battlefield. I mean, is that the only way to go, is to force President Putin to come to the negotiating table?
It is, because we know from Putin's own words and those of other Kremlin spokespeople that they are not in any reasonable position at all. They feel that they have a right to commit aggression against their neighbor, a right to control that territory. So the only thing that will bring about a ceasefire is that kind of full court press on Russia to get them to actually stop the fighting. And as you said, there's a lot of pieces in motion right now, more so than there had been at any point. The oil company sanctions, possible secondary sanctions on those doing the trading with Russia, seizing the frozen assets that Russia has in Europe and making them available to Ukraine as a reparations loan, the sanctions on gas as well, the military pressure, Ukraine's increasing ability to reach deep inside Russia with its own capabilities, its own drone capabilities. These are, and as you mentioned, the Russian economy, inflation has got to be around 20%. They don't publish reliable statistics, but that's a reasonable guess. And there's a labor shortage as well, negative economic growth, and a huge portion of Russia's state budget is now going to the military, more than is really sustainable for any long period of time.
I mean, the Americans and Ukraine's allies must be hoping this is the case, but I want to ask you, is there any sort of clear indication that this war in Ukraine is starting to really backfire on President Putin? And is he at risk, would you say, in a way that he perhaps wasn't when the war began, domestically speaking? What would you say to that?
Yeah. We're beginning to see a couple of things. We're seeing gasoline shortages inside Russia, which the public notices quite a bit. And that's putting a little bit of domestic pressure on. The fact that he called President Trump before Trump's meeting with Zelensky about 2 weeks ago, that I thought was significant as well. He was clearly concerned about the possibility of Tomahawk missiles going to Ukraine and that this would increase the pressure further on Russia. And then the nuclear saber rattling that he did just the other day, he does that when he thinks that cards are being played against him, the pressure is mounting on him, and he's looking for a way to relieve that pressure.
I mean, to be fair, President Trump's position on Ukraine has, let's say, evolved during the course of the last few months since he returned to office 9 months ago. I mean, there have been highs and lows. There have been moments when he sounded very supportive, other moments when he sounded not in the least sympathetic. At least that's how he sounded. I haven't said that's what he was. Yeah. But where would you say that sort of sentiment is right now in the mind of the president? How do you think he feels at this particular moment about Ukraine?
Well, of course, only President Trump can say how he's thinking about this himself. No one really knows for sure. But the way it seems to me, he has really all along, from the beginning of his term here, has wanted a negotiated deal. And he thought it would be easy because he can push Ukraine a little bit and get them to accept a ceasefire in place, which he has done. He's maneuvered to get Ukraine and the United States in line economically. So we're no longer spending taxpayer money to prop up Ukraine. People are buying weapons. We have a minerals and natural resources deal where we can put money into an investment fund in Ukraine. So he's made this much more of a commercially viable proposition. And he thought that offering a good deal to Vladimir Putin is something Putin would take up and it would end the war. And I think what he has now realized is that Putin is never going to accept a deal. He's never going to end the war. And so we do have to turn up the pressure the way we've just been discussing. So I think that change in Trump's attitude has really been since that failed summit in Alaska in middle of August.
Right. So President Trump feels like he's done everything he could reasonably be expected to do. Concessions have been made on Ukraine's behalf by President Trump. And you're quoted as saying that, in fact, President Putin's real goal here is simply to absorb Ukrainian territory into Russian territory. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you. But would you say it's fair to say that the Trump administration is just entirely fed up with the stalemate and the sort of going around in circles here?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, going around in circles, I think that is actually a quote from President Trump, or being led around in circles, I believe is what he said. He has tried, as you said, everything. He's met with Putin. He's called Putin. He's offered things to Putin. He's offered lifting of sanctions. He's offered restoring the G8. He has invited Putin to meet with him in Alaska. And every step of the way, Putin has rejected any reasonable offers and insisted on continuing the war. And continuing the war really in some of the most atrocious ways, bombing kindergartens, bombing hospitals, taking out civilian infrastructure, hitting apartment buildings. This is a brutal attack by Russia on Ukraine. And as you say, I think President Trump, having tried everything, is now very, very frustrated and has said many times now that he has nice conversations with Putin, but then they don't amount to anything.
One thing he hasn't tried, though, is, really dialing up the temperature here and providing Ukraine with significantly more material support to, try and win this battle and repel the invading forces. I mean, do you think that's something that he might entertain as an idea?
Yeah, he certainly has not taken that off the table. He was musing publicly about 2 weeks ago about sending Tomahawk cruise missiles to Ukraine, which would be a significant step if he did. He didn't do it when Zelensky visited. He thought that Putin was making one more effort to negotiate. That evaporated, and Trump has not taken the idea of Tomahawk missiles or other military support off the table. It's still out there. I think he wants to avoid that. He doesn't want to be in a direct confrontation with Russia, but he is capable and prepared if necessary.
So were you to advise President Trump, I mean, which road would you suggest he went down? Would it be the road of concessions, negotiations, appeasement, or brute force, or perhaps a combination of all of them?
Well, I think he has tried all of the appeasement side of that you just described, and it hasn't worked. So he has to try the other. And the other is going to be not only the sanctions on the oil companies that we just did, but secondary sanctions on anyone who is doing business with those oil companies. So it would have to be hitting vessels, ports, refineries, banks, insurance companies in China, in India, anyone who's doing that kind of trade with Russia, which is what's funneling the money to the Kremlin to continue the war. And I would provide much more military equipment, particularly the long-range Tomahawk missiles, to Ukraine. But I would tell the Ukrainians, don't use them right now. And if we get a ceasefire, keep them, and that'll be your deterrent. But if Putin continues to refuse a ceasefire, then we're not going to have a choice but tell the Ukrainians, okay, then go ahead, hit longer range, take out those things in Russia, the drone factories, the missile factories that are being used to hit you.
And just lastly, would you say the Americans and the Europeans have now come rather closer together, let's say, than they were back in January, February, on the issue of how to end this conflict?
Definitely. One of the things that President Trump did, we talked about getting the U.S. and Ukraine aligned politically, about ending the war, and aligned economically. Another thing President Trump did was to rebalance the U.S.-European military relationship. He has always felt, and every president has felt, the U.S. was doing too much and Europe too little. Europe is now committed to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. They are buying weapons in order to provide them to Ukraine. They are talking about a coalition of the willing to be present on the ground in Ukraine to deter future Russian attacks. So Europe has stepped up quite a bit now, and we are much better aligned between the U.S. and Europe than we were at the beginning of this administration.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Kurt Volker, President Trump's former special envoy for Ukraine negotiations. Thank you, sir. We can speak now to John Herbst, former US ambassador to Ukraine. He joins us now from the United States. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
My pleasure.
There have been more Russian drone attacks on Ukraine's capital during the last 2 days or so. The civilian death toll keeps rising. When it comes to what's happening on the battlefield, have we seen any sort of strategic breakthroughs, would you say, in the last few days and weeks?
We haven't seen any strategic breakthrough since Russia began its latest offensive many, many months ago. They've taken at most 1% of Ukrainian territory, and they've lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a tremendous amount of equipment. And they have not made any breakthrough in western Donbass, the cities of Pokrovsk, and then, of course, Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, which is a highly fortified area. So the Russian war effort is not doing very well.
Okay, and in terms of how President Trump views this long-running conflict, approaching the 4-year mark now that it is, he's called off those talks in Budapest that were going to happen. I mean, do you think that means that he thinks this is, there is nothing to negotiate at this stage?
Well, he's recognized that Putin's not interested in peace. That's why he decided not to go to Budapest. You know, Putin gets him on the phone and tries to charm him, and he sounds very nice, but then he makes no real commitment about ending the shooting. That's why, as opposed to what happened in August, when Witkoff met with Putin and then they decided to go to the summit in Alaska, this time after the phone call a couple of weeks ago, Trump said, okay, yeah, we can meet in Budapest, but I want Rubio to work out the agenda beforehand. And so Rubio had a phone call with Lavrov, and Lavrov pointed out that the Russian position has not changed. And Trump said there's no reason to have a summit.
So what do you think is going to get President Putin to the negotiating table? Anything, or do you think the negotiating table is just going to be have to be put to one side? And that being the case, what does he do?
I don't rule out Putin coming to negotiate, but only when he's experiencing serious problems with his war effort. Meaning, 1, major pressure on the Russian economy, and 2, serious problems on the battlefield. Well, Russia's made no great gains. They have made small gains. And the generals lie to Putin, say, we're going to make much greater gains next week. And so Putin continues the war. But if we sent major new weapons to Ukraine and Ukraine uses them to put some serious pressure on Russians on the battlefield, Putin may decide that he's unable to conquer more Ukrainian territory, and he may decide to negotiate seriously. But without substantial additional pressure from the United States and the West, Putin will not negotiate.
And when it comes to that economic pressure, I mean, what indicators are there that it's having the desired effect on Moscow?
Well, I don't have any question, any doubt that the sanctions we've been putting on since the big invasion, even before, have cost the Russian economy maybe 1% of GDP growth a year. But those sanctions were never going to make Putin simply give up. The sanctions that Trump put down earlier this week are very powerful. They will be a further blow to the Russian already stumbling economy. But unless it's fathered by additional sanctions and pressure on the military side, I think Putin will simply continue his war. Putin thinks he can outlast Trump the way he outlasted Biden, the way he outlasted Merkel, and so on. Trump has to show him that he's different, and he'll just keep on ramping up the pressure. And I'm hoping that what we saw this week with the sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil is just the start.
Right. I mean, Ukraine and its allies in Europe, let's say, must be hoping that President Putin eventually realizes this was a massive miscalculation and this is not an exercise to be repeated in other parts of Europe. I mean, do you think President Trump is now absolutely aligned with those European leaders that really want to make sure President Putin is stopped in his tracks and doesn't try any further territorial expansion?
President Trump is mercurial. So I'd hesitate to say he's now pretty much in lockstep with the folks in Europe who understand how dangerous Putin is. But at the present time, he clearly understands that Putin has rejected half a dozen or more of Trump's own peace offers, which Zelensky accepted. And therefore, he is doing what he said he would do. He's putting pressure on the recalcitrant party in this war. And some of my colleagues have felt Trump was never going to do what he did on Monday, but he has. And I've always felt that Trump's stated desire to achieve a durable peace to this war, to end this war, would eventually force him to put pressure on Russia. And we are beginning to see that now.
President Trump is going to be meeting President Xi of China later on this week. And I'm wondering whether you think there's anything to be achieved with regards to Ukraine in their discussions.
I think the increasing spotlight that the United States, among others, is placing on Chinese support for Russia's aggression in Ukraine makes China uncomfortable. I don't think it by itself is going to change Chinese policy. What the Chinese foreign minister told his European colleagues, I don't know, a month or two ago, that it's in Russia's interest, it's in China's interest for Russia to continue and win this war. So that is the geopolitical calculation of Xi. But we can make it uncomfortable for him, so maybe he has to at least tone down the support he's giving to Russia by buying Russian oil and by sending Russia dual-use technology for weapons, if not some weapons as well.
Do you see a scenario in which some sort of a solution is found to this crisis without Ukraine having to give up large swathes of its territory?
I believe that given the policy outlook of the Trump administration, we can achieve a durable peace where Russia on a de facto basis occupies much of the territory it currently controls today, but only de facto. And that since Russia would continue to control de facto a lot of that territory, some serious sanctions would remain in place. That, I think, is a viable outcome in the year or two or three to come. That's not my preference, but I'm not the president of the United States. So given what Trump is willing to accept, and a durable peace is not a terrible outcome, it's just not necessarily a just one, can work for most Ukrainians, for the United States, for NATO, and for Europe overall. It does not work right now for Putin, who wants to conquer and have control of most, if not all, of Ukraine.
And just lastly, I mean, from where you sit, I mean, have you seen or heard anything that sounds like a concession coming from the Russian side during these 7-8 months that President Trump has been making overtures to the Russians to try to engage them?
I'm unaware of any concession. I mean, conceivably, if Putin were to decide he cannot take more Ukrainian territory at an acceptable cost, he might be willing to concede that, yes, the war, he's willing to put down his arms as long as he retains the control on at least a de facto basis of the territory he currently occupies. That's how I see this eventually ending, unless, of course, the Russian economy collapses, which is possible, or the Ukrainians make a major breakthrough on the battlefield, which I think is possible, although not likely, or if there's a coup in Moscow, which I think is not likely, but not impossible.
Well, it's a very interesting set of possible scenarios there. Unfortunately, we're out of time, because I'd love to talk to you about them a bit more. But thank you very much indeed. John Herbst, former US ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're joined now by Major General Chip Chapman, who is a security and military expert and former head of British counter-terrorism. He joins us from the United Kingdom. General Chapman, thank you very much indeed for your time. It is today apparently day 1,343 of the war in Ukraine. It seems like there's been something of an intensification in the drone warfare aspect of this battle. I'd just like to ask you, what is your assessment as things stand of where the war is heading?
Well, it's heading for a stalemate, and I think that's what we're seeing more of from the Russian perspective. From the Russian commentators are saying that the war has reached a strategic and political dead end. The problem is no one seems to know how to get out of that dead end. In terms of the drones, there's two parts to that. In terms of the tactical battle on the front line, 80% of the deaths are now caused by drones. So the command of the air, the decentralization of air power, is what controls the battlefield now. The one which has caught the attention, and that's the one which is setting the framework for the future, really, both in terms of diplomacy and the military effects, is the deep strike drones, both cruise missiles and drones. And from a Ukrainian perspective, I think there are two aspects to that. There's the Western inventory, which they want for the future, particularly Tomahawk missiles. But one thing that the Ukrainians have done is gone from zero capability at the start of the war to a capability now when they have their own Neptune, Flamingo, and Fire.1 missiles, which can reach up to 1,350 kilometers. It is that deep strike on the oil refineries which is degrading the economic potential of Russia. Whether that leads to an implosion of the Russian economy and pressure points on Putin internally in the same way that the sanctions will do that externally is one of those variables in war which is just not known at the moment.
OK, so you make a lot of important points there. I mean, since you mentioned the Tomahawks, let's get straight onto those, because they were what President Zelensky hoped he was going to leave Washington with when he was there 10 days or so ago. Why do you think President Trump hesitated and did not grant him use of the long-range Tomahawk missiles?
Well, I think Trump has a strategic hesitancy based on the fact, two things, really. Firstly, he thought it might be escalatory, and the Russians indeed said that in terms of both targets, geography, because it expands the battlefield, and objectives from the Ukrainian perspective. But I think the second point is that he absolutely believes in this humanitarian peace as he sees it. Last week, his key phrase was "go home, stop killing people and be done." So that is the way he sees it. He doesn't see things in terms of winning or losing or achieving strategic objectives for either side. He sees it in terms of stopping the killing. And that's, I think, the second reason that he didn't give them that capability. However, it does remain a quiver in that he can give in the future. The diplomatic or sanctions pressure is ratcheted up, but not the military pressure in terms of that capability.
And since you mentioned this sort of escalatory interpretation of supplying those Tomahawks, what do you think is the fear that Russia might do in the event that the US were to provide such weaponry?
I don't think there is a fear from most people who know about these things, because there's been no sanctuary for Ukraine since day one. The Russian missiles reached to the Polish border on day one of the conflict. Ukraine didn't have that capability. So in terms of the geography, there is no sanctuary now in European Russia. What you get from the Russians, and have had in the last few days, is an escalatory upping of rhetoric. That is why you've seen them saying that they've started testing a new nuclear cruise missile. And you've had also statements saying that the use of, or the potential use of Tomahawks would be deemed to be an act of war. It is supposed to deter the West from providing those capabilities. They've often been very good at doing that.
Since you mentioned that Russian nuclear-powered cruise missile, I believe it's called the Burevestnik. Apparently it has an impressive range, it flies low, it could reach the United States, apparently. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, is it a game changer? What sort of a message is Russia sending out by unveiling this type of weaponry?
What it's generally doing is desist or else. It did this late last year with the Oreshnik ballistic missile when it fired one of those. I don't think it is the capability that they say it is at the moment. The Americans will have been measuring it from a thing we call MASINT, measurement intelligence. And they've often had hyperbole on some of their other missile systems, particularly the hypersonic ones. But there have been a number of or else moments from the Russians. We've had or else will starve you in terms of the grain, or else will freeze you in terms of the attacks on the infrastructure. This is a or else and back off. We're not going to negotiate yet. Please don't get escalatory. It does deter some people in the West because as soon as you use the nuclear word, people fear that we're going to what we call spasm warfare. We're not going to be near that, and neither are we in an imminent posture of any nuclear war in the future.
Okay, I mean, do you think we are entering a sort of an economic war of attrition in the sense that you've got these pretty cheap drones that are being fired at Ukraine on a daily basis, hundreds of them, and they're being met by this very expensive air defense system, which is being supplied by the West. And I'm wondering whether you think it's part of Russia's calculation to clock up huge cost to the West and deplete its resources. I mean, do you think that's part of their calculation?
Well, they'd be wrong if they thought that, because, of course, the economic potential of the West, when fully mobilized, far exceeds that of Russia. But like all these things, a variable in war is how much support will Russia get from China or Iran or North Korea, and ultimately how much support will Ukraine get both from European Western Europe and from the USA. And it's those variables which make it very difficult to get to a posture when you negotiate. No one is currently strong enough on the battlefield to concede a need to be in a position of negotiations. Russia wants a surrender peace. That's where all its root causes come from. Ukraine is not going to concede that. Ukraine wants a just peace. That is completely opposed to the surrender peace. And those are so far apart in the moment that we've got chasm analysis rather than gap analysis in terms of game theory and how you bring negotiations and diplomacy to bear.
Okay, so I mean, those who say President Putin only understands one thing, and that is force. I don't know if you're one of them, but if that is the case, I mean, what sort of a strategy should that dictate by Ukraine's allies?
Well, there are three parts to it. The first one is sanctions, and they should be upped. We saw the first use of sanctions last week in Trump 2.0 in sanctioning two of the large Russian oil companies. What we might expect in the future, and the Senate has said they're going to let the president lead on this, is that the Americans will, one hopes, put secondary sanctions on those who consume Russian oil. That is 5% secondary sanctions. That would particularly hit China and India, which would probably desist from that. I think OPEC countries have said they'll, the void that created by the sanctioning, they will up that. That's a bad sign for for Putin. The second thing is they need continuing military support, and if they get long-range weapons, that would be helpful. The third thing that President Trump always mentioned was that he would collapse the Russian economy if he could bring the oil price down to $45 a barrel. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think it was significant many years ago when Senator John McCain used to say that Russia is no more than a gas station with nukes masquerading as a country. There is quite a lot you could do to bring about the demise of Russia economically on that economic pillar of Russia, particularly through the oil prism, because that's a lot of their GDP comes from oil and gas.
Okay, so these combined tactics, diplomatic pressure, force on the battlefield, are these, do you think, going to have the effect of bringing President Putin to the negotiating table?
I think they will yet. And I think we obviously look at this through a Western prism. But as an analyst, you always look at the sort of weaknesses in what you're analysing. And one of the things where we have potentially a blind spot is what we call the fundamental attribution error when we look at Putin through a prism of the West. And the prism that he looks at it is he wants to achieve his strategic objectives, which is to regain lost territory and spheres of influence. I don't think he's knocked off that pillar. And indeed, all the sort of statements from those around him, Lavrov, the foreign minister, sort of saying that ceasefire is a road to nowhere, or Peskov, his spokesman, saying that Russia will continue fighting till they've achieved their objectives militarily, doesn't lead you into a position where you think that he's going to be in a position where he wants to negotiate anytime soon.
I mean, it's been 3 years and 7 months since this war began. And you just quoted John McCain a little earlier on what he thought of Russia, whenever that was 15 or 20 years ago, and he made those comments. But what do you think we've learned during these last 3.5 years or so about Russia's military capabilities? Do you think it's still accurate to describe Russia as a military superpower?
No, it's not. I think it was more akin to what Trump said a couple of weeks ago, that it's more of a paper tiger. There was this notion when we started this war that it was the second army in the world. I don't think it is at all. But again, it is this army or a state which has multiple nuclear missiles. And that's what makes it really, really dangerous if it were to lash out. And indeed, if it were to be significantly defeated, and there were to be a case for Russia being, the Russian Federation being broken apart, and if Putin were to be blamed for that, then he could lash out with tactical nuclear weapons. I don't think we're anywhere near that at the moment, but that is the worst case scenario which Western intelligence analysts always look at.
And just lastly, General Chapman, I just wanted to ask you a quick question, sort of really drawing on your counter-terrorism credentials, because there have been reports of Russia-linked arson attacks in the United Kingdom. I just wondered what you made of those attacks and whether you think it indicates perhaps the start of a new phase in this conflict.
Well, I don't think it's a new phase. There's always been that sort of these intelligence agencies, particularly MI5, whose director gave a speech last week, have always had a significant proportion of their effort against other states' activities. That has been going up. So from a UK perspective, international terrorism was the #1 priority, followed by domestic terrorism, particularly in Northern Ireland, and then about 20% to those state threats from sort of China and Russia. That latter one, China and Russia, has gone up recently, and that's to do with the notion of hybrid warfare, where you can achieve your objectives by other means. That is the force of politics rather than the politics of force. So you achieve your goals by deniable attacks or propaganda and subversion. That's where we're seeing more effort being put in by the Russians and counter effort by the Western intelligence agencies. Because again, in military philosophy, the cheapest way to achieve your objectives is by not fighting. If you can achieve it by that force of politics, it's far cheaper than going to war.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much. It's really interesting talking to you. Major General Chip Chapman, security and military expert and former head of British counter-terrorism in the United Kingdom. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
for in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. We often hear about family offices across the Middle East and much further afield as well. Well, a family office is a private wealth management entity set up by high net worth families with the goal of overseeing their investments, estate planning, and also the transfer of wealth to future generations. Well, in Saudi Arabia, they have particular prominence due to deep-rooted traditions and family-owned businesses. But in a rapidly evolving economy, many families are seeking external guidance for their asset management to help them align financial strategies with long-term goals. Well, to tell us more, we're joined here in the studio by Asra Abdelaziz, who's a CEO and an executive leadership coach. You have more than 15 years of experience in investment banking and in the corporate world, and you specialize in working with family offices and businesses across the Middle East, including in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you, Tom, for having me.
Now, first of all, just tell us, what exactly is a family office? Because it sounds like a very basic question. Some people might be confusing it with a family business, which it isn't necessarily.
Exactly. It's two different things. A family business is actually the retail, the factory, the conglomerate. It's the industry. It's a business per se. The family office, see it as the success. What happens after the family business has succeeded. This is where the private wealth of the families goes in. And it's managed in different ways. The family business is managed as a business. The family office is managed for its legacy, the vision, the future. Not just the future of the business, the future of the family itself. And when you look at it, the family office will have different investments, different ways of looking at it. When people ask me, like, how would you simplify it? I would say, well, the family business is what's going on now. The family office works on what's next for us.
Okay. So sort of looking to the future and future generations. And obviously a family office, as the name implies, it's got sort of a family mindset, probably got family values at work in it. And they're trying to reconcile those values and those traditions with the realities of the outside world. I mean, it sounds like a bit of a dilemma, is it?
It is. The reality of it is that this is where the whole tension lies. But, as human beings, we tend to always want to choose. We think it's yes or no, it's black or white. The reality of a family business, it can't be black or white. It can't be, is it family or is it business? It's always both. So there's actually a nice analogy that I use. I tell my clients and people, think of it a little bit like breathing. When you breathe, you have to inhale and exhale, which are two contradictory things. You need to do both in order to stay alive. And if you don't do them, well, you'll simply die. In a family business, you can't say, oh, it's just family, or, oh, it's just business. It will always be both. If the father is the CEO, he'll always be the CEO, and he'll always be the father. And business will always be personal. And that's where they actually start interacting with, well, people like me and others that help them manage this tension.
So, you're the sort of the fresh pair of eyes that they clearly, obviously need sometimes. What do you typically do for them?
The reality is, when I come in, I listen. I listen a lot, because what happens is there's too many things that are going on, and there's too many things that are unsaid between let's say sometimes the founder, the children, the grandchildren. And the first thing that we try to do is, well, how structured are you? What do you want? And the reality is, again, in the same way that they structured their business with a vision, is what is the vision for the family? The reality is a family office could be one single person, and it could be dozens and dozens of people working in a massive building. So it all depends on what is it that you actually want, And then once we have this, how do we help you get there?
Okay, so, I mean, I'm trying to imagine the dynamic. You know, you've got these different generations with presumably some very different ideas. And, you know, it's very personal, you know, going into someone's family office, I'd imagine, because you're not just advising on numbers, are you?
No, you're not, actually. The number part is the easiest part and is often done by bankers. The reality is you're advising them on their legacy, on the way, actually, that the world will remember them. The reality is today in Saudi, in the kingdom, but also in the region, most family offices are first generation, second generation, maybe in some cases third, but it's very rare. When you compare it to the rest of the world, some families are at seventh, eighth generation. So we're talking about really very different dynamics, and things are much more sensitive. Once you've created something, every entrepreneur, every person that has launched a massive business will always tell you that for them it feels like their baby. So letting go of that baby is a little bit challenging, and then picking which baby or, you know, whom in the family will take over, and why would that person take over, and does that person want to take over? Like, these are all the challenges that all these families face and, well, work on.
And do the same sorts of challenges replicate themselves from one family office to another? Do you see quite a lot of similar patterns?
Overall, yes. I think that it all depends. The pattern is always, you know, I like to tell also my clients, think of it in the same way that you were scaling your business. When you start scaling a business, first you don't really know what you're doing, and then you start to learn and you grow and you get people, etc. In the same way in the family business, first you're not sure. It could be one person, like an accountant somewhere, and then you realize, oh no, we need more. We need to build the family council. We need to actually have an office with experts in asset management that will speak to our different bankers. We need to launch a foundation because this is the legacy that we want. And the more, you know, the more time passes, the more most of the biggest families, and, you know, for those that are still not doing it, are going through that direction. Because the world is changing, the kingdom is changing, and they need to follow, and they are part of that change in a massive way.
Right, so they're having to evolve and innovate. And I'm just wondering whether family offices in Saudi Arabia are now sort of more embracing of innovation. Are they open to entering into new sectors that perhaps they weren't so open to before?
They are. I mean, you know, it will always be a challenge. It's a little bit like, you know, when you launch a business and you've done it so well, again, we're coming back to first, second generation. And often the founder is still around. So it's very difficult to be like, okay, it's always been done that way. Now let's try to do it another way. But this is where the future lies, and it's the reality anyways of the country and of the region. The region has been working in a specific way, and it's now evolving in a different way. And all we do today throughout the Gulf and in the kingdom is talk about Vision 2030. Where is the future going? Let's build the future. And the future needs to be built with what's happening today, not about, you know, it's not about the things that were working necessarily in the past. And yeah, this is where the challenge lies for them, but they're going.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was thinking to myself about the next generation. You've probably got, in some family offices, the latest generation, you know, they've been educated in different countries, maybe not all educated in Saudi Arabia. And I'm just wondering what sort of an impact that's having on family offices. Are you seeing a significant shift?
It does. It creates, you know, disruption is good overall. Because disruption by the younger generation will have to create first conversations within the family. That's one thing about, you know, where do we want to go? What do you want to do? And then anyways, within the country itself. So overall, yes, the younger generation is pushing it. Today we see it with the entrepreneurial scene within the kingdom, within the Gulf overall, all these entrepreneurs, all these different projects. And at the end of the day, you know, all these families and founders, they've built something thinking of the future.
Right.
And they're going to go that way also. Sometimes it's just difficult to let go of something that you've done in a specific way all your life. That's just human habits.
Right, and this young generation is a really important radar, isn't it? Because, I mean, it's a young population in Saudi Arabia. We often talk about that on this program. And presumably the young generation is all the more supportive of ideas of, you know, involving tech, innovation, entrepreneurship, venture capital. Are those the sorts of things you're seeing?
Yeah, a lot. The reality, so you'll have different examples. You'll have those that will say, okay, within our family. So there will be two things. There will be those that will say within our family business, we need to diversify in these things. And then there will be those that would be like within our family office, so within our investment arm, which is different from the family business, these are things that we should be looking at. And it's two different things. You'll also have those that will be like, that will decide to be, you know, our business is this. I don't want to be part of that part of the business. I will launch a new vertical within that business and develop it. And, you know, sometimes the founder of the business will be like, okay, but, you know, eventually it did work out. There's like some great stories in Saudi around this. So, no, it's shifting in the right way.
And I'd imagine that family businesses, family offices represent a huge slice of the pie in the Saudi economy. And I'm also wondering to myself, is there a typical structure to a family office? Do they tend to have a fairly similar template?
Okay. So there's two questions. The first one, in terms of size, the size of family businesses overall, and including therefore family offices, probably represents 80 to 90% of non-oil GDP in Saudi and in the Gulf. These are very rough numbers, but it's pretty much the number one employer within the private sector. So this is how this economy overall thrives. Regarding, remind me your question. The structure. Regarding the structure, there's no one-size-fits-all, but overall, so it all depends on the size. But overall, what you will find is a family council. The family council is only family members, and this is where the tough conversations are going on around values, vision, etc., and it's really only family. Then you have the proper family office, which can have external people and also members of the family, and this is the investment arm. And then you have a third part, which is also the foundation or the philanthropic part, which is, okay, what is our legacy? What do we want to do? So often these are the three. After, it just depends on the size of the family office and how much they're managing.
Okay, thanks. And sorry for the two-in-one question, because I was told we're out of time. So we managed to get all the questions in, and I wanted to ask you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Abdelaziz, CEO and Executive Leadership Coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
meine Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zurich Film Festival.
Oh, you're recording.
The wonderful, rich culture and history of the region that we shot the movie in. It was really a blessing to be able to shoot this movie in the desert in Saudi Arabia. Hanzala was an amazing character to play just because of his rich culture and background, and I think you see that when you see the movie.
I think the fact that a woman in that time united all these Arab tribes and led them into battle with the biggest empire of the time. I think that, for me, was the most fascinating part about learning about this point in history.
I've always been interested in the strange kind of tribal nature of humans, and this was an interesting exploration of that before Islam, before, it's really, really early days in that part of the world. And so it was kind of like a little bit of a history lesson in a way.
It's unique. I've never done a film set in that time period. It explores a period that isn't really talked about that much as far as I'm aware. So that was exciting.
For me, this was really nice experience because I've never been to any Arabic country. I come from Palestine, and for us, we're isolated because of the occupation that prevent us from traveling and going to Arabic countries. So it was for me a privilege to be there. I felt in home.
I think after spending 4 months in the desert, I kind of learned why the prophets in all the great religions go into the desert. All the stories are like Muhammad's in the desert, Jesus is in the desert, and it's a very spiritual place. It's not just physically beautiful, it's quite profound to be in the desert like that, in such a quiet beauty.
You kind of have to see it. Even in the film, it's beautiful, but in real life, it's sort of overwhelming because it's so epic.
They're epic. It's a place. It's called Wadi Rum. So it extends from Jordan all the way down into northwest Saudi Arabia. So it's very much the landscapes of Lawrence of Arabia, and it's this extraordinary, very elevated rock that just sort of rises up out of the desert. So it has this amazing, sort of very harsh beauty, but it's very pristine. It's like nothing else I've seen.
So, well, you film in these incredible canyons, sheer rock going up 200 feet, and on the side of some of the canyons you'll see the fossils of when it was all underwater millions of years ago. And it reminds you that the desert was at one point a seabed, which is just completely blows your mind. Mind-blowing, yeah.
It was magical. I mean, to be able to shoot in a part of the world that a lot of people have never seen, just like, once a week we would go snorkeling in the Red Sea. We would go to Neom and be able to swim in the Red Sea. We were able to go and relax and take in the history of Alula. It was really amazing.
I feel good about it. 1, 2, 3.
Pleasure to see you again, and what circumstances it is. This is a labor of love. It's been so long in the making. The feeling of having Desert Warrior finally be shown to an international audience in Zurich.
It's very hard to kind of put it into words, but it's been such a long journey making this film. It goes back to 2020 in terms of when I first started. So the fact that we finally get to show it on the screen and have people see so many people from all around the world did in this beautiful, beautiful region in northwest Saudi Arabia. It feels good.
I first myself started, traveling to Saudi with a cinematic eye because I knew of all those landscapes, but nothing prepared me for the beauty of Tabuk and Al-Ula, and it felt really like Close Encounters of the Third Kind for me. Out of body experiences. It's so beautiful and raw. The wonders and challenges of filming there, what are they?
Well, the wonders hopefully are there on the screen.
They absolutely are, frame by frame. Yeah.
But also the people. I mean, I feel like I was able to sort of immerse myself in a culture that I did not know. And I think as a filmmaker, I love the opportunity as a storyteller and a filmmaker to sort of come to places and have a kind of objective eye. And I did that obviously with so many people from within the region of Tabuk who, to varying degrees, had different sort of levels of experience making films. We had this one producer on the ground, Rasha, and we traveled the entire country. And we went to the east of the kingdom, up towards Al-Ula and then Tabuk, and to the center, to Riyadh, obviously. And so I was able to sort of take in all different parts and all different influences that fed the story, even though we're set in the 7th century. So that in itself was an incredible kind of experience and understanding for me to then be able to try and put that up on the screen.
You've got such a, interesting, eclectic career in film. So how do you choose what you want to do next in the sense of, what the director can bring you, what the part is for you, what the environment, what the location, what is important?
Definitely my number one thing is just whether I think I could actually do the character, And then those other factors, like you say, where you're going to be shooting, who the director is obviously critical. I was very keen to work with Rupert. I was a big fan of his Planet of the Apes movie that I'd seen, and after a chat with him, so that was probably the most important. I knew the role would be relatively simple for me. And then I was just very interested to go to Saudi, and I think I have a kind of fascination for different environments like that. I just kind of jumped at the chance to go and see what it was like, because you hear everything about Saudi, but it's sort of urban legends of like what's actually going on, and it was quite different from what we had sort of thought we might have been expecting.
Congratulations on the movie finally being shown to the world at the Zurich Film Festival. It's great to meet the cast because I feel that there's this sense of camaraderie between everyone. It was a nice big family, wasn't it?
It was a pleasure for me, of course, to be in Saudi. It's the first Arabic production that I do.
Yes. And for you, Nabil, how did it compare to what you'd done before in sense of scale? This is a big, epic film.
The biggest gift really were the relationships that we've made, the friendships that we made, really. It was very intense. You're stuck together for 3 months, isolated, but just with each other. And it was a tough shoot. It's an experience, words really can't quite sum it up, to be honest. But to see it on the big screen, I saw a screening of it in London, and I was speechless. It was really quite emotional, because visually it's stunning.
It is. It
visually,
is for the big screen.
Yeah, it's for the big screen.
Yeah.
The music, the kind of the spaces in between the noise. Incredible.
In Arabic, and your Arabic is very good in the film. Was it daunting, first of all?
I don't speak Arabic.
Yes, well, you have very good pronunciation.
As in
the names. Of,
I was like, oh my god,
is it the
Trust
film?
me, am I dubbed?
even if you say I am Princess Hind in a certain way, you have the right pronunciation.
Yeah, but it's a Naaman. Yeah.
So you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Well, let's talk about her and what you thought about her when you read the part, because she's such an empowered character in that historical context, and quite a relatable character to be able to portray. So what did you love most about it?
I think I'll start by saying I actually didn't know about her story.
Yes.
So when I read the script, I wasn't aware that she was a real person and this was a real battle, and it was really significant, a significant piece of history from the Arab world. And so when I read it, and I read that there was this woman from the 7th century who led these men, these tribes, she united them and led them into battle against the biggest empire of the time, and they won, that blew my mind. And it was really inspiring to read, and it just felt like, oh, that's so nice that it's a piece of my history that I didn't know, and that I get to play this iconic character, and I hope that I can do her justice.
How did you and Anthony Mackie discuss the dynamic of those two characters, of Bandit and Hind, and what motivated them to journey together?
You know, Hind and Hanzala, the bandit, they're almost mirrors of one another. You know, they come from different circumstances, but they've also found themselves in the same place, and they're both outsiders. And so, you know, we shared that commonality, and they're also both in survival mode when they first meet, but they do see something in one another that is kindred. So it was really nice that their characters go on a journey and they meet and they realize that they're more similar than they expected, and they impart their own wisdoms on one another, and then they go their separate ways. Of course, you know, he's destined to wander the desert and be alone. He's a lone wolf, but she's married to her people and her city, and so they do go on this journey of two people on different paths that come together and then move apart, and that's really beautiful.
Yeah, it is quite a great dynamic. My final question is, you know, you are of Saudi origin, you were filming this in Saudi, and the cast really felt like a family. So was there a home feel in this whole experience?
Absolutely. The fact that so many of us are still in contact is a real testament to the journey that we went on, and it's one of those things in life that you go through with people and only they understand that. And I mean, it just happened that there were 300 of us or something, but
excluding extras, I assume.
Yeah, of course. But those of us that sort of flew in to do this movie, and I think you don't spend 4.5 months in the desert and leave the same person. I think it changes you, and we all kind of went on that journey together. There is something really special that bonded us, and Saudi's an amazing, beautiful place, and we really had the best time. So we're also grateful for the journey because it was one of a kind.
Thank
really
you so much.
excited.
Congratulations.
No, thank you.
It is always such a pleasure to have you on the show, and this is a very special occasion to finally get to speak about Desert Warrior. It felt for me like this was a very spiritual kind of experience, filming in the desert for so long. I mean, it's that kind of film?
It is. I mean, you know, filming in the desert of Saudi Arabia, we were in this little town called Tabuk. And, you know, you're seeing parts of the world that people have never seen before. The culture, the elegance of Saudi Arabia kind of became another character in the film. It was great to be able to film there and have the support of all of the people there and help us bring the story to life.
And the infrastructure, this burgeoning infrastructure of cinema in Saudi must have been also quite inspiring to be around, because you have, you know, those young people in film, you know, from sound to lighting, etc., getting to experience a big Hollywood film. So
right.
How did it feel, you know, seeing them in action?
It was great. I mean, everybody involved in the film was so excited to be there and worked so hard. We had so many just hard, hot days. And the young people and the locals were very excited for us to be there and wanted us to experience Saudi Arabia in all of its glory. It was just exciting and a moment in time that I'll never forget.
It was a mind-bending experience. I mean, it was wonderful because there were so many different elements to this character and so many different obstacles we had to face. Today is there's a large, you know, sense of gratification to be able to show it to an audience.
You star as a so-called bandit. For me, he's not a the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Han Solo was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
I thought it was great that this was not only a melting pot in the historical context of it, but also on set, Americans, Saudis, Lebanese, South Africans. I mean, it was a true melting pot of nationalities and talents, I guess.
It really was. I played soccer for the first time with a bunch of my castmates. Scored my first goal in soccer.
Did you get to meet Cristiano Ronaldo? Because now he's just like a, part of the Saudi background.
I was there before Ronaldo.
Yes, that's true. That's very true.
But it was really amazing, just the difference in day-to-day life, being able to be a part of this aspect of not only Muslim culture, but Saudi culture. And I think the movie shows that in a really beautiful and unique way.
Let's talk about Aisha. I just met her. I think she's got this, fascinating screen presence to her. How was it building the dynamic of those two leads?
It was really easy. Aisha and I, when we first met and first started working together, we really just fell into a groove with each other that kind of helped these characters in a great way. We were able to take our relationship and put it into these two characters throughout the course of filming.
And working with Rupert as well, was it also on your bucket list of things to do?
Rupert was amazing, and I've been a fan of Rupert for a very long time, and knowing his work, and I was so excited when I heard about the film and heard he was directing the film, just because the scope and the way in which he works. You don't really get to see that, too often, or work with directors like that too often.
Do you have a bucket list of things to do in your career? You've obviously done the huge blockbusters, you've done the more independent films, and now something like that in a completely different location. What interests you? Where you are, who you're with, what you're doing?
I'm very lucky to say that I love what I do. And
I love you doing it.
But every day of work never feels like work.
Well, thanks, Andy, so much. Always great to see you, and congrats on the film coming out.
Thank you so much.
Have a great time.
I look forward to it.
I will not say more.
As a filmmaker, I think part of what you're trying to chart is letting the film become what it needs to be. So I think the whole film ended up being a surprise. I think the biggest challenge was just getting it made. This was a decade-long process for me. Dylan has been attached since 2020. It's an independent film. It was, many times the budget of my first film, but there's never enough time or never enough money. So there were a lot of logistical challenges. I'm also a producer on the project, so I think balancing that with the creative responsibility is probably the most challenging aspect for me.
You just have to know your limits.
I don't know my limits.
I wish I could take it back.
Rocky. Oh, stop!
Together or separate?
Together.
Separate.
I'm somebody who I think obviously, I'm not sure how it works here, but in the States, it's not as accessible as I would want it to be. And I think obviously, in terms of generationally, we've just sort of really started becoming more aware of how beneficial therapy can be on your mental health and how important it is to take care of your mental health. So yeah, that's something I'm a huge proponent of for sure, and access to therapy I think is something certainly that we need more of.
It's a fairly manic character and a fairly manic story in a fairly manic world, so it's just constantly being around that kind of level of mania and high energy. The only breaks really for the character of Riley Doyle are some of the scenes that I had with Fala Chen and her character Dao Ming, and I longed for those scenes. They were beautiful because there was a gentility and a tenderness in those scenes that is nowhere else to be found in the film. So maybe that. I mean, I don't want to ever say what's the hardest thing, because what I do is such a joy, you know what I mean? I feel very privileged to be here and to come to Zurich, and to come to Zurich with a film that I love doing so much with Edward, who has roots here. His mother and his brother and sister are here tonight, so I think it's a bigger night for him in the meaningful ways than not to belittle the idea of the Golden Icon. As I said, I'm thrilled to receive it, but I'm blessed, man. 25 years an actor, I love what I do, and I can't believe I still get to do it sometimes.
Such a pleasure to speak to all of you.
Where are you, Rhea?
I'm in Dubai.
Dubai, fabulous.
Okay.
Great.
Yes, a futuristic city that could feature in
Yes.
any Tron anytime.
No doubt. We'd love to shoot some Tron in Dubai. That'd be fun.
That would be incredible. Exactly. Sequel coming up, hopefully. We'll start with that, actually, how easy or difficult from a producer's point of view it is to create this specific world that mixes the old and the new.
Yeah, there's lots that make it difficult, but one thing that's nice is that there's such the iconography of the original film, the 1982 film, is so indelible. It's so specific. The Jean-Gerard Mobius and Sid Mead designs and Steven Lisberger's direction that was then carried on by Darren Guilford, who is the production designer for Tron Legacy, and then was also our production designer on Tron Ares.
How exciting is it to do it today? Because obviously the subject of AI is so present in people's mind, whereas, you know, as you said, this is a Tron theme from the 80s.
I think Tron has always investigated sort of the relationship of humanity and technology and where it's going, and often has something a little bit different to say than other films do. If we look back at Steven Lisberger in 1982, you know, it was a big year for movies, Blade Runner, E.T., but Steven actually had the closest vision of the future, that we might go live digital lives and have digital identities. Hopefully we're investigating it in a little bit of a different way and provoking some conversation on the topic.
You can be honest here, it's all AI.
No, it's not. There's no AI. You're the AI.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What are you? I love the casting of this one. It's very eclectic talents coming together. So how exciting was it in the casting process? Because every actor, you know, from Jared to Jodie to the existing and to the, you know, legacy ones, is very important to this story.
Yeah. I have to say, casting this movie, I mean, was so exciting. It's obviously the most incredible cast.
Yeah.
When I see them in a group together, I'm like, I cannot believe how lucky we are to get this group of people, because they're all such talented actors. Like, that's what I come back to. It's like, often in this type of movie, you have like big stars, and we also got big stars that are just, the craft is so important to them.
The final question is always on music. How much of a narrative do you feel it is of the story, basically? You feel like the music kind of accompanies everything.
Yeah, it's hugely important with Tron. From Wendy Carlos, the 1982 film, to Tron Legacy with Daft Punk. We knew one of the first questions we had to answer for ourselves was who will do the soundtrack and the score for this film. And Nine Inch Nails were, the only name on the list, really, and we were very excited that they were interested in the franchise and were fans of the franchises. But they're also incredible storytellers, and they really know how to approach a scene in a way that it's so exciting to get a piece of music and put it against picture when we're in the editorial process and see how that changes the feeling of a scene. Sometimes in very unexpected ways, it can take the scene in a different direction, and then maybe we lean back into that editorially. So it becomes this really interesting conversation between the story and the visuals and the music of the movie, and I think it's what makes Tron special.
Oh, 100%. Well, thank you so much. My time is up, but congrats on the film.
Thank you.
You have the sound and then Nine Inch Nails. Suddenly I start feeling it in another way.
I'm a Tron super fan. I love Tron. It's so iconic.
And that's so important, especially making something like Tron. We're so lucky to play around in that sandbox.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.